It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Stay strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away.
I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of our control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of our control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My body a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. Now you probably the bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. and I can be your everything if you stay. Please just say you're mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes.
Hi guys, welcome back to the OTS Southeast Asia Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, how are you doing today, man?
I am feeling very excited, Excelsor. 32 of the best players in Southeast Asia are going head-to-head tonight, and I can't wait for all of those high-level matches to happen. How about you, Excelsor? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very nervous for our players because this is going to be a very high stakes OTS gameplay for today. Because what are they fighting for, Meekopi?
They are basically fighting for the title of the best Southeast Asian player for Auto Chess VNG. And of course, this amount called the lion's share of the $30,000 prize pool, which we'll be breaking down later on.
Yes, and of course, the meta hasn't changed that much, and we have noted some of the changes that has happened, especially the highlight of one of the pieces is going to be coming back. Meekopi, can you give us a glimpse of what's going to happen? What changes have happened since the last time we casted the tournaments?
Okay, so the last time we casted the tournaments, the metagame isn't yet well defined. Players are still, well, experimenting about what to do with this recent patch. But as the days have progressed, we have seen some of the builds finally start to come up. The best builds start to come up. So it started with 9 warrior, then suddenly there were beasts, and of course there is the very stable hunters. Now these two pieces have shown to be quite promising. That is, of course, the Fallen Witcher, and I guess the 3-star Fallen Witcher, which is I'm hoping is gonna be a star also today.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And there are a lot of countries that have been fighting over the past weeks for this spot right now. But for this game that we're going to be casting, only the top 4 will be moving forward to the next round. So I'm really excited to see which ones or which players are going to be moving to the next round, because that will bring them closer to the final spot. And this is going to go on not just for today, but also on Saturday and Sunday. A total of 3 days of auto chess fun and auto chess content and excitement, as well as competitions between our players. So I have one question for you, Meekopi. Aside from the synergies that you said a while ago, is it the warriors, the beast, the fallen witchers? Time and again, I've always asked you, what would you want to see now, since the meta has a bit stabilized, if if you put it that way?
Okay, so I have some good news for you. During the past few weeks, I have seen the resurgence of Knightsville, this time fielding dragons as a sub-composition. I've also seen mages work, of all things, using, of course, also the dragon composition. But before that, I guess we will be seeing our players for this tournament, Excelsor.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's go to the qualified players over from Vietnam. It's Bambi, AD, GG Crow for you, WRTA, WRUOI, Along, GG Kiryu, Cat Babo, TG Yekan. And for Indonesia, ID1, TM Gold, Galogis, MN Why Not, MSG Niji, Stid By, Stid Gun, MN Edward, and MN Loon. For Thailand and the rest of SEA, can you give us the players, Meekopi?
Gladly. For Thailand, we have Phoenix 9, Dremel, Reap High, Pay Andy, Art, CO, Indie SC2, and Yuki R4. And for, of course, the rest of SEA, we have Super XXX, MSG CDYI, MSG Psy, MSG Lycan, that's a lot of MSGs, XDeath G, and Moose.
Yes, those are our players for the whole tournament. But for Group A, which we will be casting for today, is WRUOI, Galogis, MN Loon, GG Kiryu, AD, MSG Psy, ID1, and Stid By. So these are the players that will be casting for Group A with the round of 32. Top 4 will be moving on forward. For Group B, Meekopi.
For Group B, we have MSG Sniji, CO, Indie SC2, GG Crow for you, MSG Lycan, TG Hikwen, Moose, and MN Why Not.
Yes, and we're going to go to the Group C. It's going to be WR.TA, Pay _ND, Dremel, TM Gold, Along, X.G, Super XXX, and MSG CDYI. How about for Group D, Meekopi? Can you give us the players?
Of course, for the last group where the action is no less intense, we have Bambi, we have Steed Gun, we have Art, and Yuki R4, Cat Babo, MN, Adward, we have Phoenix 9, and Repai.
That's right. That's right. Those are our players for this tournament. A lot of players, and if you have noticed, some of the players are a bit familiar to you, especially if you're in your country, since these players are very active in their own auto chess professional scene. I've seen them. We have already casted most of them over the past few weeks, and we noticed that these players really are serious about their auto chess gaming. So, Meekopi, you're seeing a lot of these players over the past few weeks. And do you have any notable clans that you have seen over the past few weeks that have been dominating or been consistent over at this tournament?
Well, looking at the results, three letters have emerged from all the players I've been seeing, and those letters are M, S, G. They have a lot of representatives, especially during the national finals for the rest of SEA, where they basically just swarmed the top 32 spot and got three players in finally here in the regionals. And yeah, I guess they really are the team to watch out for. How about you, Excelsor?
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the more freelance players right there, but I won't give you my prediction as of the moment. Maybe we'll get some of these predictions more clearly in the next few games. But then again, I'm really excited to see someone go out of the meta and surprise everyone right here. Maybe there's something that's going to be built, or the synergies that are going to be built that are not going to be expected, especially since you said a while ago, Fallen Witcher has already been versatile and ubiquitous over at the previous over at the last games, the last tournament games, and it has been proven to be effective. I want to see something different from that, right, Meekopi?
That is right. I'm sure our players have, they have weeks of practice. I'm sure they've had some pocket strategies that will work. We haven't seen assassins for a really long time, and I believe some assassin comp might work. But let's go to the brackets for now, Excelsor.
Yes, okay. For our brackets, it's going to be Group A and Group B, C and D, go all top four. That will be moving on to the next round. And then the winner's bracket, that's Group E. And also, for the winner's bracket of Group C and D, that's Group F, top four again. And then we will be moving on to Group I and then top four again. For the bottom, it's a bit different, right, Meekopi? Can you explain to us what's happening in the loser's bracket?
That is right. The great thing about the tournament day is that if the players lose today, it's not the end of the road for them. They are still gonna fight their way up the lower bracket. But as you can see, from Group G and H going to Group J, it's gonna be a tough competition because that's where the elimination starts. So the top four of Group G and H will proceed to Group J and K, wherein only the top two will be able to proceed to Group L, and only the top four of Group L will be going into the grand final bracket of Group M.
Very nice, and that's a lot of games for our players, a lot of chances. But let's go down to the number of games that they will be playing each round. For the round of 32, there's going to be a best of 3, quarterfinals, again, best of 3, semifinals, best of 4, and grand finals, best of 5. What does that mean, Meekopi? Can you show us the points that they will be accruing over each game?
Of course, each game, players are assigned points according to their ranking. So if they rank first during that game, they earn 9 points. If they rank second, they get 7 points. Third place gets 6 points, fourth place gets 5 points, the fifth place player gets 3 points, sixth place gets 2 points, the seventh player gets 1 point, and the eighth player gets 0 points.
Yes, and that's really a really bad spot to get 0 points, but right now we have lots and lots of prizes going on around up to the 32nd spot. Meekopi, can you give us a breakdown of the prizes?
$30,000 prize pool is what everyone is playing for today, and here is the breakdown. The champion will get the lion's share of $6,000 all to himself, while the second place not so bad at $4,000. The third place gets $1,800. The fourth place gets $1,000. Fifth to eighth place gets $400 each. Ninth to 16th place gets $300 each, and if they get eliminated at 17th to 32nd place, they still go home with $200.
Nice. So basically, each participant in this part of the tournament gets $200 secured. Meekopi, that's a lot of money right now, right?
That is true. There's always a use for $200, and but yeah. After that, let's go to our schedule for today.
Yeah. So for today, Meekopi, 6 p.m. That's Group A will be on air. Top 4 will advance. Group B, that's going to be off air simultaneously with Group A, and also Top 4 will advance at 9 p.m. or rather anytime after the Group A finishes. That will be Group C. That will be also on air. Top 4 will advance and off air again simultaneously with Group C, 9 p.m. Group D and Top 4 will advance. So there's a lot of games that are going to be going on as well in this day, Meekopi. And as we said, there's going to be some games that are also going to be off air. So, man, we're going to be missing some excitement, but we're also getting a fair share of our excitement here as well for those games that are going to be on air. So, Meekopi, a lot of games. Are you ready?
I am ready to see these games, and yeah, I'm also excited for all of the strategies that are happening now. And I guess we can now proceed to game number 1.
Yeah, let's go. And I think we can start game number 1 right now, as we can see that the screen is now live with our players. On the left, it's WRRUOI. Let's name him as Roy, and AD on the right.
All right, and
So
of course,
Meekopi,
Yep.
Meekopi, I have a question for you. This is good.
Is the true
This is one of your initial picks. You get a Taboo Witcher.
well, Witcher in general has been one of the go-to picks for most players early on, and the Taboo Witcher is a bit of a flexible pick.
What do we need to
I mean,
do?
if you're able to get it to level 2 within the next few rounds, then it's more than enough to carry into the early phase of the game. If not, then you can always sell. I think from what we saw from the logos here, he sold his Taboo Witcher just to make space to get the money and make room for 2 assassins, which he's using right now. So that might be the route that he's going for. But yeah, in general, it's always a good pick.
That's right. And we are looking at some of the synergies right now. We're seeing a level 2 archer from Emin Loon, also with Chiropteran and the Red Axe Chief. And for ID1, with a level 2 Ogre Magi and a Taboo Witcher and a Shining Archer on his side. Man, I mean, this Ogre Magi is actually going to be the temporary tank, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and the great thing about it right now is it's level 2, and this is what the early game is all about. It's less about unit synergies, or ability synergies rather. It's also less about the class or race synergies, but it's all about raw power. 2-star units, of course, will give you a very big advantage simply by having a higher health pool and higher damage. It doesn't matter what their abilities are. If they can hit harder and they can outlast their opponent, it goes a long way to securing those early round wins.
Oh, that's right. And we are seeing a good, Meekopi, a good number of pieces. 2 Hell Knights and a level 2 Tusk Champion from Stidby. That's actually a lot of value, especially if you have on its own the Hell Knight, or it's really powerful, right, Meekopi?
That is true. A Hell Knight is a demon as well, and of course demons have this very distinct advantage that if they're the only demon on your board, they can deal additional pure damage. So him having 2 of those Hell Knights just means that he has, well, since they're durable, they I mean, they can deal a lot of damage by simply lasting a lot longer the field. As demons, they deal a lot more damage. They also have stun. So I think that player there is in a very good position in the early game, especially if he can get the third Hell Knight and level his two Hell Knights into a level 2 Hell Knight.
Yes, yes, that's right. And you might see if it's all they develop their Hell Knights, you might see what you were wishing for, Meekopi. There might be a synergy of knights, right?
That is true. During the my games during the past week, I have seen there's some builds for knights that simply work, but the thing about it is that it's a bit conditional. You would need to have no one else like stealing your knight pieces. So you might only one knight player might be able to make it work. And of course, the better synergy from the looks of it has always been the dragon synergy, which might be contested in some by some other builds. And Egress's, or rather not Egress's, but Glacial rather, is not working for knights. It's not working too well for knights currently. But of course, if you're still the only Glacial player, then you might have it work to your advantage. But long story short, yeah, knights might work. Has to be in a very specific under very specific conditions.
Yes, and also I'm seeing MSG Sai right here with level 2 Dwarf Sniper. That's actually the one that's carrying right now with that encounter, right? Meekopi. It's like a Dwarf Sniper. Early on game, powered up is going to be your carry for sure until mid game. Late game, it just depends on the items that your Dwarf Sniper is going to have, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and I like what I'm seeing here from, I think this is from Loon, wherein he's just basically using the small synergies and making them work. We have 2 Egurses from him, we have 2 Cave Clan, and 3 Warrior. And all of those mini synergies just from 5 units, and because of that, he's able to have a good front line, but probably a bit weak of a backline because only that Egursis Ranger is doing enough damage. In fact, it's the front line didn't buy him enough time to win against MSG Sai, who has a lot more backline power with all of those hunters that we've seen before. Level 2 Dwarf Sniper early will deal a lot of damage. You can equip it with anything, and between its damage, its long range, and of course the headshot ability, it will give you a lot of advantages in the next few rounds.
That's right, and we can see that early on the game, the Dwarf Sniper has been deactivated of that headshot skill, and because of that frantic mask. Man, Meekopi, that's a really fast attacking DPS right there. But would you recommend that for our other players of auto chess, Meekopi?
Well, frantic mask, of course, silences the unit that it's equipped with. So sometimes it's a bit more conditional. I mean, personally, I would not put the frantic mask just yet on the Dwarven Sniper because I want to make use of the headshot ability because it deals huge damage. But I guess at this point, having the frantic mask plus another damage item deals a lot more damage over time than just your good old regular sniper without the mask.
Shall we play together?
Yes, I think it's a question of speed, man. If you watch a lot of like anime, there's a lot of battles that have been won with speed, and that goes as well with auto chess because it's with a lot of speed, with a lot more attacks per second. And that means there's a lot more attacks going in, except if the enemy has feathered synergy already activated. That means lesser attacks will be getting in because of the evasion. But more speed means more attacks coming in, therefore more chances of getting the attack to go against their evasion. So it's still a win-win, right, Meekopi?
That is true. More attack speed means more damage. In the case of the dwarf sniper, he can attack as soon as the round starts. So yeah, a lot of his
Yeah.
damage piles over time.
But Meekopi, I'm seeing here a Warpwood Sage. Oh, this is one of the best tank daddies over at Auto Chess. It's really look at him. He's tanking all those golems alone, right? He's taking all the damage and he's getting all the barriers, and he also has his skill that gives him regeneration. Man, I've never expected the Warpwood Sage to be
I
as
might be red,
tanky
but
as it
I
is
ain't
now.
shy.
Yes, that is
So
true.
Meekopi,
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. So Meekopi, what are you seeing now with Gigi Kiryu's synergy?
Okay, so Juju Kiryu is seemingly a bit torn, but from what I'm seeing, he is probably going towards the warrior synergy. It's just that he left that the Frost Knight there, just because it's level 2, so it adds up. It adds a lot of attack power. Still, it's acting as his carry. However, he needs to replace it soon with a better carry, such as a Fallen Witcher, or just continually develop his warrior board. Because at the moment, all of the toughness isn't making it work for him. The one of the worst things that can happen during your early warrior build is that you don't have enough damage to actually win games. So the warriors are tough by themselves, but
take the bait.
you need to have a damage dealer along with them as well.
Okay. Yeah, and that's right, Meekopi. He might go towards the warrior build, but I'm
Better see the empty
we might
shell
see
in
some
the
of the other
museum.
players try to get some of the warrior pieces just to complete the synergy. For example, this Ghost Kid is right here just to complete the Agursis. So that might also block Kiryu from finishing that warrior build. And we're seeing here the encounter with Loon, and he's actually winning still with his dwarf sniper. That's Sai.
You ought to read
Yep.
more.
That is right. Sai
So-
is making
yep.
that dwarf sniper and warpwood sage work, and just and I guess this is what he'll be building from now on. It's just a question of whether he wants to pursue the druid synergy further, or go full on aggressive synergy and hunter
No problem.
for a lot of continuous damage. And look at this Excelsor. Look at this board from, I think this is from Roy. He
Yeah.
already has 2 Warpwood Sages. You know how we've seen how great one Warpwood Sage can tank? Now he has 2 of them.
Yeah.
What can you say about
Yeah.
that?
You know, it's good. Although I won't be banking on the Warpwood Sages for damage. Although they hit hard, but they hit really slow. And Roy doesn't have a 4 Druid synergy, so he's just still going to go level 3 Warpwood Sage the traditional way and not the shortcut way.
Come and have some
So,
radishes. It'll
yeah,
be
I think he
fine.
just needs 1, right? Or 2. He needs 2 more.
Oh, he just needs 1 more, in
I'll
fact.
take you under my wing.
And
Oh yeah,
we
yeah,
might
one more, right? One more
find
because
it soon.
synergy. Yeah,
I guess
think
he won't
just
be
needs to roll.
rolling hard for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, level 3 Warpwood Sage at round 14 is a very big deal. Not to mention that, of course, that new armor, that new frost armor, is the new frost plate mail rather is equipped on it, which not only makes it very tough, but it makes it very evasive as well. And everyone else attacking it will be slowed down. So it will between that and its Lich Seed ability, that gives it a lot of tanking power. And imagine if it turns to level 3 before round 20, then he has all of the tanks that he needs, and yeah, Roy can
Forward,
probably
Big
rest
Rose
easy
lead, and the victory is yours.
and just build up on his economy.
That's right, and he also has a win streak right now, 7 win streak, Meekopi, and we are seeing him also using a Fallen Witcher on his side. So a lot of our players are really getting that value in with that Fallen Witcher, and but not a lot of them are really just putting all their items on the Fallen Witcher, right? Because Sometimes there's a stronger DPS character or DPS chess piece right there. So Meekopi, aside from the Fallen Witcher and the Dwarf Sniper, what other DPS carries can you think of?
Well, as far as DPS carries goes, I mean, at the top of the pack, probably in the meta right now is the Fallen Witcher. And beyond that, of course, there's ever trusty Dwarf Sniper, but it only works if he's very well positioned and if you're going to Hunter Synergy. Otherwise, he's just merely one of those carries that you use in the mid game and just sell later in the game. Other carries that I could think of right now is, well, no one's playing Assassin, but Abyssal Crawler would be one of them. But for the other more popular builds, anyone going Dragon will, of course, want to use that
Yeah.
Dragon Knight too. As for the Warriors, by the way, the Warrior builds, they will want to look into equipping their Swordman first with their early items, and then probably
Yeah.
transfer it to a Doom Arbiter when it arrives. And then, if
Ooh.
they were able to get the Rogue Guard late in the game, that's a very good carry as well.
Wow. Yeah, well, I was actually waiting for it, but Berserker gets no love from Meekopi in the Warrior build. No, yeah, but it's okay because Berserker gets more of its power from the Glacier build and Glacier Clan build. And Ruoy, Meekopi, look at that. He's still on a win streak. And whose Fallen Witcher is this? This ID1? That's a Maelstrom, right?
Yep, that's Maelstrom and ID1, and he's making great use, by the way, of the Witcher synergy here. He has the Fallen Witcher and the Taboo Witcher, which allows multiple demons to be used without any damage penalty. So, to make full use of that, we saw him getting that Doom Arbiter over there. So his opponents are faced with two really high damaging units, and of course, it's the Fallen Witcher at the end of the round that carries him to that win.
Wow, and you can see that ID1 and Ruoy are the only two players who are getting their win streaks. And let's look at the Fallen Witcher in the lower right. The Metamorphism, that's the skill that we're seeing right now being activated when the mana hits, and it changes the current HP with an allied piece and transforms into a powerful form with a ranged attack. So what is the new weapon, Meekopi, that you want to equip with your Fallen Witcher?
The new weapon, of course, is the Holy Spirit Lance, because whenever the Witcher, the Fallen Witcher transforms, its attacks become ranged. So it takes full advantage of the Holy Spirit Lance's ability to give the ranged unit splash attack. So not only is it hitting one unit, it's hitting 3 units. And with that amount of damage and attack speed that it has, that makes it the perfect item for a transformed Fallen Witcher.
That's right, that's right. And we are looking at Meekopi. Am I seeing it? Is that a teleport dagger right there from Roy? Wow.
That is right. Yep.
How does it work? How does it work? Can you explain it to our players? How it works?
Okay.
Boom.
So, if you haven't played Ultras for a while and are just coming back in this patch, the Teleport Dagger is back with a vengeance. And it's the most popular item now for Fallen Witchers everywhere, simply because it easily moves them into the back line. It gives them enough mana to transform and then start wreaking havoc on the enemy's backline. So if they're not positioned well, then a Fallen Witcher just simply teleporting at the start of the round into the rear of their armies can be very dangerous.
Yeah, so that's really if you see a Fallen Witcher right in front of you, try to attack you with his huge blades, and also get up that mana and transform through metamorphosis into a ranged minion or ranged chess piece. That's when you know that your pieces are really in trouble. As you can see right now, Roy's Fallen Witcher is going on the back line, also getting the attention of the players or the chess pieces on the back line. But then again, there are other chess pieces from Roy's side that have damage while the other pieces are being distracted by the Fallen Witcher. So then again, there's not just one carry to this synergy, to this composition, right, Meekopi?
That is true. When you're playing hunters, every hunter, the more hunters you have, the more potential carries that you have, simply because of the damage bonus that the hunter synergy gives. So what we saw there was initially a battle of the Fallen Witchers, and what happened instead was, although the other, I mean the other, what they call this, the other players, Fallen Witcher, was able to die first. The hunters were more than able to make up for the lost DPS and easily kill the remaining units of his opponent. And yeah, this is again, since we're here in the, what do you call this, in the neutral creep round, I just like to point out how powerful Roy's army is right now. And of course, that's why he has 11 win streak. Not only does he have the synergy, he has a stock of Witchers in his bench. And not only that, he has the Rogard as well, which is not getting a damage penalty because of the Witcher synergy. And not only that, he has a very good tank in the form of that level 3 Warpwood Sage. So it will take a lot from the other players to try to break this kind of army. Not only that, he's just one feather unit away from completing the level 2 feather synergy. But before that, let's talk about the Rogard, Excelsor.
Yes, the Rogard is a legendary chess piece with the skill of Crazy Dance. Passive deals 50% splash physical damage to enemies within 2.5 grid, so it's splash damage. And when the active skill is activated, it increases 150 attack for all allied demons for 60 seconds. So it's already has splash damage, and then when it gets activated, 150 attack for all allied, and increases 150 attack. So imagine that, that Rogard splash dealing so much damage across the front line, and also being a hardy warrior right on the battlefield. But Meekopi, what I'm seeing right now is that since what I told you before when we were discussing prior to the tournament is that if there's a win streak that's going to happen within the game, that means someone is already dominating the game. And that means some people are going to be dropped off early before round 30. And what do you think, Meekopi? Is that going to happen in this game?
Yeah, from the looks of it and seeing the life totals of some of the players right now, that might be the case. It's still just round 22, and they might not live to see 30 because of all the damage that's going around. And in fact, I'm quite interested to see what the synergy board looks like, because this kind of what you call this disparity in life totals usually happens when a number of players try to go for the same synergy, and all of them end up what do you call this, cannibalizing each other's chances. And yeah, we can see it from here. Our bottom two players are both fielding warrior synergies, and it seems like they were
Wanna try?
and actually there are 4 of them going for warrior Excelsor.
Yeah, I just saw it. One,
My creed
two,
is to
3,
assassinate.
4, and 4 of them are 9 warrior synergies, man. I mean, what happened right there, Meekopi? Is there like a generous RNG of warriors?
It's because every one of them, I mean, they probably tried to play 9 warrior for a good reason. That's because it's a very stable build if you can build it right. But what happened is that since there are 4 of them, they contended for a lot of the warrior pieces all throughout the game so far. And what happened is some of the players got the pieces that they want, some other players didn't. Thus, they get beaten almost every round, and that's the result of those. And as a result, yeah, you see those low life totals right now. We see Loon and Kiryu both on the verge of getting eliminated. However, the silver lining in all of this is that they are both at level 9 and they have the 9 warrior composition. It's just a matter of maybe improving their units and hopefully finding good positions and ways to win their next few battles.
Okay, I am fanboying right now. because I'm seeing ID1 Meekopi with a 6 out of 6 Beast synergy and a Fallen Witcher kicker and a Winter synergy as well. So look at those damage. Let's see if it's going to work. Oh man, the Warrior synergy defeats him. Wow.
Oh no.
Unexpected, man.
That's true. It happens that what happened there is probably ID1 doesn't have enough damage to deal with all of these warriors and that armor bonus that they get, in addition to the damage that's being reflected back to them. So what he has to probably do is either go for just find ways to deal more damage. Probably equip that Witcher with something else because it wasn't carrying as hard enough as you'd want from a Witcher. Instead. And as you can see, his backline isn't going too well either. He only has a level 1 poison worm and level 1 werewolf. So yeah, that's something that he could improve on. But the great news is that he has a great economy and is still at a nice life health total. So there are many chances for it to happen.
That's right, Meekopi. And I think Huoy was the one that stole all the Fallen Witcher pieces from ID1's pool because I saw him a while ago that he has a lot of Fallen Witchers on the bench,
is no more
right?
than a mirror.
And now he's rolling for it. Oh, Dark Spirit! Oh my gosh! Oh man!
Wolves in wolf's clothing. Who will
Really
guess?
fast. I mean, this guy is. If I started rolling, I would think about 2 seconds before going and rolling again. But this guy, he knows what to pick. That was a really, really fast turn for ID1. Man, that just shows
right.
how used to these guys about rolling their pieces, right, Meekopi?
That is right. You gotta admire the speed of decision making that ID1 did there. Even before, I guess, the round starts, he's already planning what he wants to do during his round, and it's just all about going through the motions, and of course the familiarity with the units right there. But yeah, meanwhile in this battle, overwhelming victory by, I think it's by Roy.
Roy, yeah.
Yeah, he has leveled up his units so much that these Treants, these Treants by themselves, they're a big threat.
Venom. When do I get a movie deal?
And though Meekopi only has a level 2 Fallen Witcher. There you go. That's the one look, he's banking all of them. Right? He needs 2 more Fallen Witcher pieces to get to a level 3 Fallen... Wait. Yeah, 2 more. Right? Meekopi, 2 more
yes.
Fallen Witchers for a level 3 Fallen Witcher. But that's not the point. The point is, there are other pieces right here to carry the game. The hunters are here. There's a 6 out of 9 Fettered synergy also helping him. Meekopi, how strong is that 6 out of 9 Fettered synergy?
That 6 over 9 is a great upgrade over the initial level 1 Fettered synergy because it gives your allies evasion as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it makes essentially all of your units a bit tougher to kill.
Yeah, that's right. And nice. And that's the first casualty of the game. GG Kiryu with its 9 warrior synergy already been taken out by Roy right there. We just witnessed the removal of GG Kiryu right there, Meekopi.
Yes, that's quite unfortunate for Kiryu. Maybe it's just the round 1 tournament jitters that's going on right now. But the great news here is that he still has 2 more rounds to think about, to reflect and maybe gather himself again for the next 2 rounds and plan his next strategy. And
Meekopi, I'm getting a special update from the players of Autochess Philippines. That's MSG Sai is indeed Cyril.
Come and have some
And
radishes.
I think he
fine.
joined the MSG's clan. He has been recruited because they noticed that he has been playing consistently. And already 4 players are getting taken out. Loon for top 7, Galogis for top 6, and Stidby for top 4. This is what I told you, Meekopi. A lot of players are going to be taken out before round 30.
And your predictions have
So,
indeed come to
yeah.
pass, Excelsor. And this
Yeah.
just goes to show how high the level of competition is. As you can see, those players, their life totals aren't that far from each other. That's why they got taken out en masse. So it all comes down. So for these high-level games, what I'm thinking is it all comes down to the little bits of decision making that they're doing along the way. Their positioning, how aware they are of what the other players are doing. Their scouting, and it pays off big time.
Yes, let's go, let's go.
Victory is yours.
And we are seeing again Roy dominating the whole match right now with his another win streak, 5-win streak, Meekopi. And then all that while not leveling up his Fallen Witcher. And Meekopi, I want to see the synergy that's being carried by the other players right now. So just to know, so I know which guys have have banked the Witchers on their benches, right?
That is true. I'm very curious as well. And here's a very interesting thing. No one really went full hunter for this game. Roy, I guess, in all his awareness, he was able to pivot from probably trying to pursue a full hunter build into just pursuing part hunter and investing the rest in feathers, which is a better decision. And of course, right on his heels is ID1 with that 6B synergy. It seems that ID1 is the only one fielding that B synergy. So he has access to all of the pieces, and late game it might prove to be a very huge threat for everyone else who's remained in this game.
That's right, and we are seeing a matchup between Roy and Sai again, and those level 3 Traians are not going to be a problem for Roy. They just got ruined right there. So Sai is going to be losing some of his life points right there, going down to 2, and that's really fast rolling. Coming, is this Roy?
Wanna try?
Meekopi?
This is Roy. Yes. Look at
Wow.
Look how fast it's
Why is it so
rerolling.
fast? Why are they so
at that.
fast, man? Is it me? Am I just slow in rolling, or are these guys really experienced, man?
Well, that's a pro for you, and yeah, for in Roy's case, he's acting as the executioner of these remaining players. All of them except him have a very low life total, so it's just a matter of who's he's facing against, and if he can reduce Roy's army's damage as much as possible and survive. In which case, AD managed to do so, but after this, oh no, yes, Sai got eliminated just like that by ID1.
Yes, and Sai gets to the top 4 position of this match. But then again, these players can still go into a top 4 position. I mean,
Friendship is magic. All I
the
need is
whole
my bow,
mindset
an arrow,
of
and a
being in
target.
the top 4 is so comforting for some of the other players, because they know that you have to just go and just goes through the middle part of the game, right? Because you just don't be the lowest at the lowest portion, at the lowest position, and you will be mostly fine throughout the tournament. Right? How what do you think is the effect on these players with that kind of mindset?
That is true, and actually it goes double for game 1. Your placing for the first game will probably affect your decisions in the next 2 games. For example, if you do feel the pressure to perform in the next 2 games, you might be inclined to take risks, or worse, go again for another build that's being heavily contested, and just try to hope for the best and throw it all to luck. Remember that these 3-game series is a bit more about consistency. Your goal for today is not necessarily to dominate your pool, but just earn enough points to get into the top 4 for tomorrow.
That's right, and we are seeing an encounter between Roy and AD, and you can see on the back line that's a level 3 Fallen Witcher, and we are seeing ID1 already taken out, and this is going to be AD.
It'll be fine.
Wow, and that's
Wow,
going to be the
Roy.
match with Roy. Man, Roy dominating the whole match right there, and we're seeing top 2, that's going to be AD, top 3, ID1. Man, Meekopi, that Fallen Witcher, Fallen Witcher synergy, Fallen Witcher's all the
Yep.
rage right now. He's really popular. So what happened in that match, Meekopi? Can you give us a rundown?
Okay, so during the initial stages of the match, we saw a lot of players go for the same synergy, and no one wanted to back out of it, which is going for warriors. And what happened is they ended up pulling each other down. And of course, the worst of it, we got our bottom 2 players, unfortunately. And then towards the mid game, players are starting to go for their builds. It's just amazing that no one played straight up Hunter, but rather just used it as a sub synergy for their other builds. What Roy did,
Yeah.
and what made him so dominant, was that access to that early game level 3 Warpwood Sage, which gave him a lot of tanking power, and gave him enough of leeway to build his economy and then go for those other units and roll for those Witchers, and of course go for that Witcher synergy, which enabled him to field a Rogue Guard, which acted as another threat. And all of this happened in somewhere in the closing stages of the mid game, so it's very hard to deal for those of the other players. And then I just want to point out that last part wherein Roy took 2 players down at once. The ghost of Roy took down one of the remaining players, and of course he took down his opponent on his side for the quick win for this first round.
Yeah, that's right. AD and ID1 really had a problem with the Roy's composition right there. And again, if you are playing auto chess right now, toss a golden coin to your Fallen Witcher and you will win your match, as we can see right here in Game 1 of the Auto Chess Southeast Asia Regional Finals. We are really happy to be casting this match. I mean, why are we happy? Because we see how to play auto chess on a professional level, and then we can also carry it home when we play our own auto chess games, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and not only are we gonna see these wonderful builds from these high-level players, we're also gonna see how to proceed with playing auto chess as a whole. Remember, it's all about adaptability and making the most out of the pieces which are given to you. But but before that, let's do a recap first, Excelsor, of what happened of the player placings during the first round.
Yes. Okay, let's go with the player placings. We have Roy on top 1, top 2, AD, top 3, ID1, top 4, MSG Sai, top 4, Stidby, top 6, Galugis, top 7, Eminent Loon, and top 8, GG Curio. Meekopi, what are you seeing right now? What synergies have been lagging behind in this match?
It's just unfortunate that no one wants to put their trust in knights, no one wants to put their trust in mages, no one wants to put their trust in assassins. All of them went for warriors instead, which is of course good and stable, but maybe too many players went for it. As far as synergy goes, yeah, we have here Roy. It's a bit flexible, ending up with that 6-feathered Witcher build, followed by AD, of course, with that 9 warrior, then ID1 with that 6 beast, and of course Sai fielding nearly the same build as Roy, but to a lesser extent, I guess. And of course, Stidby with that 9 warrior again, Galgoys with that again another feathered hunter build, and Loon, and of course Kiryu with the 9 warrior build.
So I'm seeing 6 out of 8, or rather 6 out of 8 players already have the Fallen Witchers in their synergy, right, Meekopi? So, man, that shows you that's already around. Roy already banked all of the Fallen Witchers on his bench. That's why not a lot of players got to a level 2 Fallen Witcher or even a level 3 Fallen Witcher. But that's it. That's the strategy that you have to do when you're playing this kind of auto chess tournament. And I want to know, Meekopi, what synergies are you expecting in the next match? Because you didn't see any knights, you didn't see any assassins, you didn't see any mage synergies? Will you be expecting them? Or no, goblin synergy. Goblin synergy is not there,
That's right.
Meekopi.
That's right.
What happened? So,
Okay.
what can you expect?
Okay. So, round two is usually where the mind games start. I know our players are playing. A lot of money is at stake, so our players will want to be using the most stable, stable strategy available for them. But yeah, I'm expecting to see more. It's just that who's gonna build which strategy, which is gonna take place. Excelsor.
Now let's see what's going to happen on the next game. And if you're just joining in, this is the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals, guys. Auto Chess Regional Finals. Thank you to ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG for making this happen. I am Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. We're going to go on a short break. Just stay here. We'll be back in a few.
And I can be your everything if you stay. Please just say you're mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, this is going to be game 2. We have seen the feathered synergy with the Fallen Witcher carry. What can we expect from our players? Should they adjust? Should they just go with another synergy that's not being built? What do you think, Meekopi?
Well, it's always a good idea to go for the strategies that you are very familiar with. But I guess for some players, it also might be a good time to take risks. Remember, when you are not, when you're using a composition that's not being contested, it's probably better than trying to contest with all of the other players that are going for the same composition. And going back to what you said earlier, it got me thinking during the break that yeah, I want to see goblins to Excelsor. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, we have seen goblins dominate also on the previous tournaments or previous early stages of the tournament, and it's also reliable, right, Meekopi? It's not that bad.
That is true. I mean, goblins were super popular during the last patch, where it's defined by Venomancer. But ever since the new patch, players have gravitated towards other builds, leaving the Goblin Mech synergy, a lot less contested than it used to be. Actually, even if you are two players sharing the Goblin pool, chances are you are both going to be in a great shape going into the mid game, and it's just a matter of of how you built your Goblin army that will determine your final placing.
Yeah, and Meekopi, I'm really excited as to what these players are going to do to adjust to what happened in the previous match. I mean, if you are in the lower 4 players, you must be more careful, or I think yeah, they're going to be more careful and more sure of their synergies than the top 4 players. But these top 4 players cannot be really lax, right, Meekopi?
That is true. The tables can be turned at any moment, and of course, if you have a great game on performance but lag during the last 2 games, chances are that you probably might not make it. So it's always a good idea to play stable. Now, game 2 is a very defining moment for a lot of these players because, yeah, you're right. What you said earlier, they are faced with a choice of whether they want to play the same way they did during game 1 and go for the more popular, more stable builds that are probably available for them. But also, it gets you thinking if you want to go the more riskier route and just hope that risk pays off in the sense that it gets you a good placing during game 2. And it's probably in game 3 when the stakes are the highest that they might be thinking of doing more risks.
That's right. And if you see yourself in a more stable position, for example, Roy, like he gets top 1 again, he gets 18 points, and he sees that some of the other players are really far. For example, the next player is going to be like 13 and less. Then you can be more how do you say this, more
Don't worry.
Relax.
more secure, more relaxed of your decisions. So you'll be more explorative in terms of the synergies, right, Meekopi?
That's true. And as I've mentioned before, this is day 1 is mostly to determine of which bracket you'll be able to go to. You don't necessarily have to burden yourself with trying to overpower everyone else. You just need enough points to get into the upper 4 and then go to the winners, the upper bracket tomorrow. But if you wanna make this your time to shine, you can always go for first place with every game.
Last demon.
That's right. Yeah, I'm thinking, right, if there was a bounty for getting top 1 positions for the whole 3 rounds in your group, that must be a really good prize, right? Because if that's going to happen in the future tournaments, because these players are just going to just go and be more consistent, right?
That in fact, is a very good suggestion. A bounty, or at least probably a special prize for someone who dominates his group, for example, is a great incentive for for all of these players who are playing at a very high skill level. And also, it's very significant because it's getting first place in auto chess in 3 games is very difficult. I mean, I can't even do it on your casual rank ladder. So yeah, it's a feat all by itself.
Yeah, right. It's not an easy feat because you're fighting against professionals as well, and if you do that, then you're probably the best of the best. So maybe someday, but looking at the synergy right now of Roy, I think he's going straight into the warrior synergy with a security for extra damage with that beast synergy right there. What do you think of that, Meekopi?
Oh yeah, Roy, of course, going for has the good pieces, has a really good start rather with this warrior synergy with that level 2 swordman. Its Blade Fury is powerful early in the game, especially if you can position it well. But it turns out it's still a bit underwhelming compared to your favorite Fallen Witcher. However, what Roy is looking for here
All I
is
need
that
is my
he
bow,
wants to keep
an
his life
arrow,
loss
and a
at a
target.
minimum as much as possible. That's why he's building the best units that he can afford at the moment.
That's right. I was surprised a while ago because Loon's Fallen Witcher just teleported, and we were just shown that it has the teleport dagger right now. So, wow, okay, that's really a useful tool, especially if the Fallen Witcher will not be able to reach up some of the pieces. And oh, it dies early, Meekopi. What happened there, man?
And I guess that's one of the drawbacks of getting a Fallen Dagger this early in the game for your Witcher. It's because that you don't have a control of its positioning. You don't have control of its positioning. Period. So what happens is it will teleport at try to teleport at the back line of the enemy, and if it's the only unit that went there and still at level 1 with a low health total, you can be sure that all of the other units in the opponent's backline will be ganging up on it, and it won't be able to survive. I guess the better option there is to not build the dagger, not to build the dagger yet, not to combine the items yet, and just use them separately first. That way you have more control about your Fallen Witcher positioning, and it doesn't go diving to its death.
That's right. And we are seeing here an early Soul Reaper, but it dies. It falls off to the damage that's being dealt by Sai. Look at all those hunters on his side, right? I mean, you have the Umbra, you have the Archer, and then you have the Dwarf Sniper on the back line. So much damage from that hunter synergy, and that's not going to be enough even if you have a high-level character or high-level chess piece like the Soul Reaper. So, Meekopi, can you guide us to what the Soul Reaper does?
Of course, the Soul Reaper is quite an expensive unit at 4 gold. It has the ability called Heartstopper Pulse, which does magical damage to enemy units around it, but also heals your own allied units. And what makes this unit very powerful is it has 2 of the synergies that are great as a sub-synergy for those, primary synergies, which is Pegasus, which is great for not warrior, but rather for hunters. And for hunters, and the Night Dragon synergies too. But also it has the Warlock synergy, which grants lifesteal. But all in all, if you can get him like this early, it is always a good idea to field him. That Heartstopper Pulse healing plus damage can turn the tides against some of the earlier battles into your favor.
Right. But Meekopi, we are looking right now. Is this Loon, right? And then he has a pirate captain. Is it a pirate captain with a... Where's the pirate captain? I just saw a pirate captain carrying a teleport dagger. Oh, there you go. That one. That
Wow.
one. Oh, wow. Okay. So let's see if it's going to be activated. That's the ghostly ship. There you go.
There he goes.
That's
Very
nice.
good early ghostly ship. That's how we use a teleport dagger on a good utility unit. So that's a good AoE stun. However, it seems that AD's board is still quite tough. It's a battle of, there we go, that Heartstopper pulse making all the difference between the life and death of a number of units.
And also, I just realized, Meekopi, that the Winter Chiropteran just saved one unit from death right there by activating his skill. But let's now look at Sai, which is on the top position. And we are seeing more of the Hunter Agursis synergy with a Taboo Witcher just going on right there. I don't know why he's there, but he's probably just going to be more into the feathered synergy that might happen. Because, Meekopi, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Feathered hunters, are they still a thing?
Feathered hunters are indeed still a thing, but I guess they're more of situational composition that you may want to field against the more compositions that rely on base attacks to deal damage. I guess what made them go down in popularity is that Druid is a very contested composition right now. You saw the sheer number of Warpwood Sages and Whisper Seers that are getting drafted by all of these players. So that kind of brings the popularity of the Feathered Hunters down a bit. So instead of that, they just want to pursue more damage and armor reduction in the form of going towards the Dragon and the Agursis compositions.
That's right. And we are seeing Sai. I mean, Meekopi, I'm not seeing any win streak from any of these players. So we were probably expecting a longer game, but we're seeing now, of course, Sai getting a 5-win streak, but not as early as we saw in the earlier game, wherein Roy got a whole lot of win streaks, like he went around more than 12 early in the game. That's why I was expecting some people would be kicked off before round 30. So what I'm saying is, we would expect this one to be a longer game because not a lot of people are getting that win streak. It's mostly distributed over a number of different players. So what do you think about that, Meekopi?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the life totals of the players right now are reflective to the respective powers of their armies, and the guys that we are seeing with a bit on the lower end of their life totals are playing for economy. We saw them take advantage of the losing streaks and going for that second mover advantage of scouting their enemies first and just building priest units to reduce the damage that they take per turn while building their economy. And I guess the interesting player here would be Kiryu, wherein he doesn't have the economy, but he has a bit of his life total is a bit on the lower side. But from what we see right now is that he's winning his engagements at least, so he might stabilize soon enough once his build starts to take off.
My father is Franken's.
Right.
And in fact, it's a good synergy. It's a good time right now to look at the synergy board now that we're in the neutral round, and
That's right.
you can probably assume that these players will be able to handle the wolves quite well. And I'm curious to what everyone is playing at the moment.
But yeah, of course, before we go and look at the synergy board, we're going to go look at it after this chess piece highlight. We have the pirate captain, who is a human and warrior synergy. Ghostly ship is his skill. Someone say ghostly ship smashes the target area, causing 1 second of stun and 150 magical damage. So if you want 2 ships, build a refresher orb, and it will be most entertaining and most useful for your pirate captain. So, Meekopi, we want to see the synergies that are going to happen at around round 15, because this is when most of the synergies are being concretized, right, Meekopi?
That is true. At this point, what everyone is trying to build is probably taking
All I
shape.
need is my bow
And
and
here it
arrows.
is. And wow, That is a very healthy spread of synergies going on right here. And as we can see, a Druid still being heavily contested with 3 players going for it. Meanwhile, Stayed by, I think he's finally going to make his move. He's just on the he still is not buying units, I think, or maybe his bench
I
is.
think the bench, yeah. I think we should look at the bench later, because there's a lot of players that could have been, that's a lot of pieces that could have been benched over the past few games, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and here's one of the more interesting things I've seen. We are seeing some assassin synergy for Kiryu right here, but yeah, from Kiryu right here, but it does seem to be working out well for him. There's a bit of Goblin too, and I'm guessing that this is more of him not finding the pieces that he wants, or shifting very late into another build after finding out that, okay, maybe my current build is not working out yet. Yeah, as we can see from Kiryu, he shifted from Goblin Assassin to Goblin Assassin Insectoid, and the problem here now is maybe it's probably too late, but hopefully he will be able to stabilize. He has the economy for it, by the way. And yeah, going to the bench, we see Stidby finally has enough units, has some great units in his bench. He's probably looking for a few more before and take advantage of that losing streak to gain more economy and buy the units that he needs. But again, he has to balance that risk reward with his life total as well.
Right, and he's spreading a very thin wire right there, because as you can see, Stidby already only has 25 life total as of the moment, and from what I saw there, he has a Thorn Queen, and that's his level 2 Ogre Magi and a level 2 God of War, right?
That's right. And I guess what he's going for here is that, yeah, I guess he's going for levels, that's for sure. You can see him now at level 9, in fact. Yeah, with still a healthy economy, and I'm very curious about what he's building. But he's probably going for those units that aren't touched yet. We see here a healthy dose of insectoids. And oh no, Excelsor, I think I know where this is going.
Oh no. Wow.
4 insectoids.
Okay. 4 insectoids, Meekopi. Can you enlighten our players on what happens if there's a 4 out of 4 insectoid synergy?
Okay, so when you have 4 out of 4 insectoid synergy, if you have multiple copies of your units, when one of them dies, it spawns an insectoid that has the same or a greater level than the unit that died. So in theory, what happens is that it will produce stronger and stronger insectoid units. So the end goal, of course, is to produce those multiple 3-star insectoid units, but it requires a very it requires a lot of board space, as you can see here, and it also requires, since you want multiple copies of your units, and of course it requires a good amount of positioning knowledge as well, because you want your duplicates to die and spawn those bigger units. So we'll see how it goes for Stidby.
That's right, and we are now looking at Stidby, MSG Sai right now with his Hunter Agurtus and Druid synergy. I think he's only lacking it's either Razor Claw or Warpwood Sage on his side just to complete that synergy, but I think it will be easier for him. And a headshot coming from 80 to ruin that Dwarf Sniper on his side. So it's just one more Razor Claw from MSG side to complete that level 3 Whisper Seer. So Meekopi, we're seeing the spread right now. Stidby and Loon are on the low health range. How many turns is it going to take, or how many losses is it going to take for them to be taken out?
They are playing a very dangerous game right now, but for the case of Stidby, I think his life total can be very deceptive, because once this insectoid synergy goes off, then there are some cases that it can be unstoppable, and you will be able to make a comeback on the back of it. As for Loon's case, I am not so sure yet. I haven't seen his boards too much, but I'm guessing that with all of that money, he might be able to do something good. There we go. He's going for that 6 for the 6 beast build, but without a there's his reliable carry. I was about to say that he doesn't have a reliable carry in the form of Golden Witcher, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He is ready and prepared now with his. Oh, he's still lacking two more beasts. That might be a problem because that beast bonus at level 3 is a very huge factor. And in fact, he'll be fighting against Tidby. So our bottom 2 players are gonna be fighting it out to see who will continue their losing streak. And from the looks of it, Tidby's build is now working. You are now seeing all of these insectoids spawn.
Oh no!
Make duplicates of themselves. Or maybe not.
No,
I
they're
can't
not.
really tell, but
not,
from the looks of it, yeah, it's not working.
I can't see it, man. I can't see the insectoid synergy working right now. So Stidby is really in
going
danger.
very wrong for Stidby, yeah.
Open your third
But Meekopi. Oh, there's a Razor Claw. That's for another synergy. But Meekopi, we saw Stidby with 2 legendary chess pieces right there, being the Dark Spirit and the Devastator. It's not enough to carry him to winning that counter, right?
That is true. Well, they are legendary units. Those 2 in particular, the Devastator and the Dark Spirit, require a bit of support from the rest of your team to function correctly. Simply because you want their AOEs aren't really that powerful. Rather, they are powerful, but it requires you to buy them a bit of time. In Dark Spirit's case, for example, you have to find a way to put the enemy units in the black hole as long as possible. So it might not work out for him. And look at this Excelsor, Kiryu and Stidby both at 2 health.
Yep, that's
they might
going
not
to
last
be,
this round if everything goes well. If everything goes wrong for them.
That's right. And I think I just saw Roy. I thought he was 9 warrior synergy, but he's now just still on an 8 warrior synergy. And now we're looking at the rolls of. We'll see which player this is. But really fast rolls coming from Sai. And there you go. He's facing Loon right now. With again V synergy, right?
Yeah, the game. Yeah, and this is potentially probably Loon's end if he doesn't survive this. But from the looks of it, he's in a good position. That those friends are fighting in the corner. They're not being unaffected by the battle. But it seems to me that Sai is getting the upper hand slowly but surely with all those hunters at the back. And this is more than enough damage to actually kill Loon. And in a sudden plot twist, he is the first player to get eliminated in this round.
Wow, what a twist that is. And you can see Stidby is also getting taken out in the same round as well. Wow, and we are seeing maybe Kiryu as well. So it might be a... Oh man, that's a hardened...
He can outlast it. Oh no.
Oh man.
He wasn't able... Oh yeah, he outlasted it.
Yep,
oh yeah, Kiryu survives.
That was a good match for Kiryu, and we're seeing a there's a carry. There's a Venomancer carry right now, but it's only level 1, man. So it's not going to be enough. So we might see Kiryu being taken out in this turn. Let's see who he's going to encounter in this matchup. Galogus.
It turns out to be it's Galogus. And with that level 2 Whispers here at the backline, it's just simply going to deck the rest of the units. However, look at that backline of hunters from Galogus, just dealing a lot of damage in particular, and not minding whether bigger insects are being made from all of this. Simple, consistent, raw damage, that's the name of his game, and Galogus will eliminate Kiryu in this round.
And that brings our lower top 8 players. Is going to be top 6 for GG Kiryu, Stidby top 7, ML Loon on top 8. We have a total of 5 more players going at it right now, and you can see 9 out of 9 synergy of warriors coming from Roy. Will we see another win from Roy. And Meekopi, let's look at the highlight right now. The Berserker that I
Oh
told you a while ago that
no.
can be the carry. What is it?
Yep.
How strong is it?
We-
Can you explain to us?
Okay, so this is the Berserker. It's a glacial unit and a warrior unit. So it makes a good carry for the warrior synergy because of its battle fervor. The longer it attacks a unit, the faster its attack speed becomes, up to the point where it will kill it very easily. Now, what you will want for a Berserker with battle fervor are items that trigger abilities. Like, for example, you have your Mjolnir, and that's one of the perfect items for it. Its ability is also passive, meaning you can put a frantic mask on it and not worry about it. And I guess one of the best things you can put on it too is being a ranged unit. It also gains benefit from Holy Spirit lands. So
Yep.
yeah, for a 9/9 warrior composition, it makes for a great carry. As you can see right here, it's relatively unharmed in the back line. The back line right there. And it's simply just tearing through ID1's ID1's army. It deals huge damage too. Look at that. With just a couple of swings and it's killing already the Warped Sage. So there you go. That's a Berserker for you.
I did it!
That's right. That's right. And Meekopi, what I'm seeing right now is that the carry has been switched on to the Rogue Guard because of its cleave damage. So although we can see the Berserker being a solid carry, more on the Glacier Knight synergy, right now the Rogue Guard takes the helm with 5,000 damage with that encounter from Roy. So,
is true.
how many turns, Meekopi, can you see before another player gets taken out? Can you give us a guess?
Okay, I'm guessing that before round 30, round 29, one of the players will be eliminated. When looking at the life totals of our current players, I mean, there's ID1, Sai, and AD, and all of those can. And if they get damaged heavily during the course of 2 rounds, then one of them might be eliminated. And I have to point this out, Excelsor. Again, it's Roy, seemingly coming out from nowhere with that win streak again. Earlier we were looking at Sai, who is seemingly on a dominant position, but right now it's Roy all over again.
And the
Where
carry
does
now
Berserker go?
goes to the Berserker. Wow!
Yep, that Berserker right there, telling everyone that, give me back the items that you gave to the Rogue Guard, give them to me. I will carry the game for you, as what you've seen earlier. But yeah, even by himself, he's quite strong.
Mabo tofu.
That's right. And I thought that AD was going to give him a run for his money with the Dragon synergy right there. If I'm correct, that's Dragon synergy, right, Meekopi? I want to see the
I think so,
synergy
yeah.
board right now, because I just saw all skills pop up. Yep, there you go.
Yep. Wow. Level 2 Dragon. That's a kind of a rare sight, and it has a good benefit too because it gives your first 6 units starting from the left full mana when the round starts, meaning that they can fire off their abilities immediately, which is a big advantage depending on the composition that you built your 6 dragons around with. And with mages, I guess that they're the best to take advantage of that synergy.
Yes. And Meekopi, we're seeing the encounter of ID1 and Sai right now. And look at that hard carry from the Warpwood Sage. And on the back line, Assassin's taking out. I think, is he going to survive? Let's see if this Warpwood Sage can take all the damage. I think he has 5 more seconds in him. There you go. 5, 4.
It's not dying.
2,
Oh, there you
1.
go.
It's dead. There you go.
Yeah, that's quite
And,
unfortunate. It was holding out for so long. It's just that a number of
Yeah.
units are attacking it. And but more than anything else, that showed us the power, or rather the tanking power of the Warpwood Sage at level 3, by the way.
My conquest is the Sea of
That's
Stars.
right. And we are looking at that, fully equipped Rogue Guard. Oh man, Meekopi. And it also has a teleport dagger. Wow. It's
Yeah,
really
we're
going to
gonna
be in the
see-
back line. Let's look at it, man. How it's going to teleport. Boom.
Yeah, there it goes in the back line, doing AoE damage, activating its ability and swinging so hard, but it's probably not killing the back fast time. Oh, there we go. Everyone is so soft on that side. Meanwhile, ID1 had spread out his hunters to try to mitigate to try to, what do you call this? Try to prevent it from being taken out at the same time.
Yeah.
But this Warpwood Sage is on the wrong side of the board. He has been attacking the whole day, not knowing that all of his other comrades have already died, and he will fall as well.
My conquest is the Sea of
Yes,
Stars.
and we see MSG Psy go down in that round. And you're right, Meekopi. Before, on round 99, someone just got taken out, and it's MSG Psy. He's now a top 5. So, 9 Warrior. Roy is making it happen. Why is that? What worked right there, Meekopi? What do you think?
Well, one of the factors why this worked out very well for Roy is that there's a little contention going on in the board regarding this build. So he was able to get access to all of the units simply by re-rolling and managing his economy well. And yeah, he has some great compositions too. He's not overly reliant on one unit to try to carry the game. He has access to. Yes, actually, this is very interesting because he forgo the demon synergy. You see it locked there. That's because that means that he has 2 demons on the board and they can't do full. You don't have the bonus pure damage. But instead of that, he's more than happy to just let it happen and have both the Rogue Guard and the Doom Arbiter for his 9 warriors, simply because they're just too powerful. Especially the Doom Arbiter, whose abilities can easily shut down an important unit.
That's right, that's right. It's not about just the base damage in Meekopi, but I think it can be, how do you say it, mitigated by the fact that the Rogue Guard can activate his skill and give 160 damage to each of the demons on the board. But that's not going to be enough because we can see Galogis struggling. Galogis ruining the last Berserker on the board from Roy's side. So let's see what Galogis is carrying now. Meekopi.
Okay, so Galogis going for a Hunter sub synergy and instead going mainly for the Feathered synergy. That gives it a lot of evasion against most of the base attacks that's going on around, so that's a lot of protection. It also has magical resistance as well in the form of a level 1 Marine synergy, so it's just amazing how it's able to fit it all in there.
Well, that's right, and we are seeing here the encounter between Galogis and ID1. Oh, someone just activated a black hole. Wonder who? I think it's ID1. But
ID1.
Look at that back line. There you go. That's the Dark Spirit from ID1 right there, still surviving. What?
Yep. But that's Shining
wow,
Archer carry.
Shining Archer.
It's the battle of the Shining Archers and Warpwood Sages. But yeah, it seems that
man.
it seems that Galogis had the better Shining Archer, but this amount of damage might not be enough to kill a level 3 Warpwood Sage upright. It might be able to stall for time. Oh, that doesn't seem to be the case. It was as both the remaining units were able to do enough damage to kill it.
Guide us.
That's right. I thought that Warpwood Sage was gonna survive, but I was proven wrong. And those are level 3 chess pieces coming out from ID1 and Roy now having a level 3 Abyssal Guard and a Swordman. I think, yeah, there you go. The Swordman's on the lower left. And he's now banking a Marine unit just to activate that magic resistance. How is that going to be helpful?
Well, its main use is of course to mitigate the ability damage that's going on around, especially things like things like this, the black hole, like other random abilities that happen, like the power shot from the Wind Ranger as well. That's one thing, but it's not. Well, it's probably doing enough. Look at that. Look at that Abyssal Guard simply surviving and just chopping everyone with an armor reduction and splash damage. This is new Excelsor. We are seeing an Abyssal Guard carry.
Wow, Abyssal card carry is powerful as well. And look at that, there are two berserkers waiting on the roll for Roy. Wow, it's just baiting him to pick up those berserkers right there. But Abyssal card carry really powerful. Why is that, Meekopi?
Well, one is of course it's a level 3 unit, so it's head and shoulders way above the rest in terms of damage and durability. The other is of course its corrosion, its armor reducing ability can easily soften up units and he can just simply chop them up. It also helps that he is a warrior, so he has access to that 9/9 level 3 warrior bonus of I think 20 armor plus reflect damage. And as you can see from here, he's also in a very good position. Galogis has put him on the side of the board so that he will take minimal amounts of damage and not get exposed to being attacked from all sides.
That's right, and we might see Meekopi. There might be 2 people who will be taken out, or maybe at the worst 3 people get taken out in the next round, or after the next round, because this is the Black Dragon King round. This is a neutral round. But after that, some people, some of these players might encounter the mirror or the copy of Roy and be called into the top 4 position. But who do you think is going to be taken out early?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, I'm betting that everyone will defeat each other, and it will just be Roy that is standing, remain standing.
Yeah.
And I was mistaken earlier. I was referring to Galogis, but it's actually Roy who has the level 3 Abyssal Guard. So yeah, he's in a really good position right now, and again dominating game number 2. He still has a healthy life total compared to the others, who are just 1 loss away from potentially getting eliminated in this game.
Yep, and the very exciting synergy right here in this match for me is the mage and dragon synergy that AD is carrying, or is it AD or ID1 who's carrying that? But yeah, I think it's ID1. It's AD, yeah. Who's carrying that mage and dragon synergy, and Galogis gets taken out of the game.
My name is Radish Elf.
So just 2.
In fact, 2 players, yeah. It's ID1 and Galogis who will be taking 3rd and 4th place respectively. And meanwhile, it will be on AD's shoulders to try to make his army work. He doesn't have the economy, he doesn't have the life, but he does have he's also level 10, so he can match Roy unit for unit. It's just a matter of, again, positioning and being aware of where Roy's key units are positioned. Look at that, he is turtling up on one of the corners, but that Ravaging Tentacles will be a big problem. Plus, that Swordman at the back and vulnerable to magic with a Split Fury will take the game for Roy once again in round 2.
Man, Roy takes out the competition with so much health left, Meekopi, and that's a 9 warrior synergy that we saw win in this match. It didn't. The 9 warrior synergy didn't work in the previous match, but Roy made it happen. So, Meekopi, can you explain to us what happened in this match?
I'd like to think that Roy did a mind game thing wherein he saw that, okay, a lot of players who went for 9 warrior in the first game didn't really get a lot of benefit out of it, so they might be shying away this game, and so he went for it, and it worked out super well for him. And that's just my theory, though. But yeah, it's nice to see how flexible this player can be. I mean, if you want to learn some high-level auto chess, watch the replay of this guy in the last 2 games and probably the next game too. And yeah, that's how you play auto chess. You make great use of the information that's available for you. He saw that 9 warriors isn't being contested as much. He went for it and made it work.
Yeah, it was actually wrong in the sense that I put up Berserker in a high pedestal being a good carry, but I was proven wrong because I saw the Row Guard being a good carry, the Abyssal Guard. The guards are being good carries in this matchup because I saw the damage. It was the DPS tracker. Rogar just carrying it all the way up. Why? Because he had that teleport dagger, right, Meekopi? That gave him the ramp to destroy all the backlines, especially the dwarf sniper that the other players have been carrying. But Meekopi, weren't you excited? You saw AD carry a mage dragon build. How does that work? How does it become a thing, Meekopi?
This makes me so happy to to see. Yeah, Mage Dragon is a thing, and as I've discussed earlier, the Dragon synergy at level 2, of course, give the first 6 units starting from your left full mana when the game starts. That means that they can fire off their abilities as soon as possible, and that also means that with all of the potential damaging abilities that Mage has, it sometimes there are builds that simply just fall to it at the start of the round, and then the rest of his units can take care of the rest of the opponents. But yeah, let's go to our placings, Excelsor.
That's right, and we now have the top 8 players from the second match. That's Roy again with top 1, AD top 2, ID1 top 3, Galugis top 4, Sai top 5, Kiryu top 6, Tidby top 7, and Loon top 8. Now, Meekopi, let's look at the synergy that happened during this match.
That's right. Of course, Roy with the 9 warrior. You won't see any other warrior icons, and so that's really good awareness from him. He probably scouted everyone consistently to see what everyone's up to. Of course, AD with again showing us that Dragon Mage Wizard is a thing that you can build and watch out for. And of course, ID1, Galogis, and Sai showing how good Feathered is, and in fact they are almost using the same composition. When you can see from the icons right there, it's just the latter two players opted for a Witcher synergy as well. Of course, Kiryu tried to make the insectoid build work. Unfortunately, it didn't work out well for him. And Sidbai has the same idea as well. Meanwhile, Loon, unfortunately, was able to reach the 6 beast composition. However, by that time, it's probably too late, and it didn't ramp up. He didn't spike in power as soon as he had wanted to.
Yes, and I'm seeing a Meekopi, a trend right here. A lot of people are still picking up that Hunter synergy, which gave them the top 3, 4, and 5 positions. Meekopi, does that mean it's a stable synergy to build? What do you think, man?
That is true. I mean, you are seeing here some great results in that these 3 players have picked the same synergies, have contested for the same pieces, and still ended up in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, which is, I mean, I guess this is like the mid placers of the rankings. So yeah, it's always a good go-to strategy if you are looking for a more stable strategy to use for that round. But yeah, I guess this is the limits of it, in the sense that none of them were able to place higher, with ID1 of course taking the build to the highest place in this round. But again, with it's overall it's just a good stable build to rely on.
Okay, so I mean, these synergies have been really, really powerful, especially the Warrior synergy being uncontested in this match, and again also uncontested the Mage Dragon build. That's why they're on top 1 and top 2, Meekopi. That just goes to show you that if you're uncontested, you will get the pieces and you will complete your synergies without fail and get the top spots on your match. Man, we can get to see these players adapt really well, Meekopi. What do you think about that? Is it really important to be quick on your wits when it comes to auto chess?
That is right. You're always thinking constantly, so you always want to look for information and holes to try to improve your odds against your opponents. And right now, I'm just simply excited for what our players will pull off for Game 3, Excelsor.
Yes, I'm also excited for Game 3, and with that, if you're just watching right now, you're watching the Auto Chess Southeast Asia Regional Finals with me, Excelsor PH, and with Meekopi right here. And we're going to go on a short break. Just stay here, right, guys? We'll be back in a few.
Real, you're not here. Visions of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the
Welcome back, guys, to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. We're now on Game 3 of Group A. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, what synergy would you like to see in this Game 3? What do you think, man?
Okay, I will change my answer for now, and I just want to see a good, healthy spread of all the top builds and just see all of these top players clash them together and find out which one is the best. How about you,
Yeah,
Excelsor?
I think I'm gonna see a
War
Goblin synergy
never
right now.
changes.
Nobody played that into completion over the past 2 games, so probably someone is going to go with that. And I think the most comfortable spot right now, as I have predicted in the previous match, is Roy. Right? I just said a while ago, if Roy was going to go on the top spot, he's going to be up to 18 points.
My
Maybe
name
he will
is
be more
Radish
comfortable
Elf.
into going
Take it
to
seriously.
a different synergy that he played in the past 2 matches. So maybe he can go with that. What do you think about that, Meekopi?
Demon.
That is true. Those 2 wins at on the first
I've
2
heard that
rounds
there's a place where creatures are
of
blind.
this game puts Roy in a very comfortable spot, wherein he might try to opt for a for a pocket strategy, or maybe try something else just for the just for the fun of it. But knowing how high level of a player he is, he's probably just gonna play his own game and look for spots that can be used against his opponents. Composition choices that aren't being picked or aren't being used yet, or compositions that players might not gravitate towards. In fact, he used a lot. He used a lot of that knowledge during the first game. I bet he was scouting like crazy every few rounds just to check on everyone and see if he has the sole ownership of that 9 warrior build.
That's right. That's right. And for me, Meekopi, this whole duration of the preparation phase for me has been long. But looking at these players, I think they have been utilizing that preparation phase really, really quite well. And from what I'm seeing, they're doing a lot of actions for the preparation phase, Meekopi, mostly during the last 10 seconds, right? Why is that? What do you think is that? Like the last 10 or 15 seconds, that's when they do quick moves. What happens in that kind of gameplay?
Well, from what I'm guessing is that they spent the first few seconds, they're trying to map out the plan for the round, and the last few seconds are used for executing it. Another is that they just they're using that fast movement to just pace themselves, but to make sure that they're not slowing down, whether it comes to decision making or doing the actions themselves, such as re-rolling or placing units. That's also one of the reasons.
That's right. That's right. I think you're right, Meekopi. They're just mapping out the whole synergy. I'm betting one of these players also has a notebook on the side, just going old school with the data entry as to what the synergies that the other players are carrying, so that they will be more, how do you say this, more agile in picking their pieces, right?
Yep, it's actually a good plan to have. And well, I just gotta compliment ID1's choice of chessboard here. It's very pretty. And of course, a huge contrast to the bloody battle that's gonna go around it's happening around just now. We see 2 Reapers here for Sai. In fact, he's probably the Goblin player that we've been waiting for all this time, Excelsor.
Yes, and I think he may get to that Goblin synergy, but it's not really helping him that he lost
I'll take you
to
under my wing.
to ID1 with his own Hunter synergy. Meekopi, what do you think is? I mean, what do you think is stronger or strongest? What is the strongest? How do you say this? Common minion during the early game. What do you think is the strongest common minion to level up in the early game?
Oh wow, that's a very difficult question, Excelsor, but I'll try my best to point out some of the standouts. So first of all, we have the Soul Breaker, for the fact that it's very tanky and very accessible early in the game. It's a level 1 Goblin unit, so you can easily find multiples of it, and it could lead you, of course, to going towards the Goblin route. The other one that comes to my mind is Hell Knight, of course. As a 2 gold unit, it might not appear as much, but even just one of it gives you a good durable unit to tank with. It gives you good damage. It gives you a disable in the form of Hellbolt. So that's again another a good pick. As for a 3rd unit, I'd give my award to Okay, probably Soul Breaker. As an assassin, it might not be popular. It might not be in a popular composition right now, but just a level 2 early Soul Breaker by itself, like the one you saw earlier there, has a to 500 damage nuke that's available for it readily. And that's usually more than enough to kill a unit at half health. So yeah, those are my picks. How about you, Excelsor? Do you have any picks of your own?
I have actually just my Skybreaker on the board. If I get it to level 2, that means okay, I'm good for at least 5 more rounds. If I get another 2-star, that would be probably lucky for me. So I would build my economy just from the the win streak that I'm going to get from a level 2 Skybreaker, and also a Soul Breaker as well. So yeah, if I get those, I'm kind of secured. For example, this one. Let's see if it performs from Roy.
And look at that Skybreaker, just breaking through the ranks, going against the Argal Knight. Yeah, yeah. Look at it. Look, you've mentioned its tanking power, and yeah, look at that. It provides so much space for all of these other hunters at the back to deal damage. That yeah, it's paying off big time for Roy.
That's right. And we are seeing now ID1 Meekopi with a 5-win streak with his almost 6 out of 6 hunter synergy. The only thing that's missing here is either the what's it, piece? Oh god. Yeah, help me out
The
here,
siren?
Meekopi. The siren, yeah, the siren,
Siren.
petrifies her her opponents with that gaze. And yeah, I think that's going to be down the line. So I think ID needs to put on some tank pieces before he starts completing the 6 warrior, the 6 hunter synergy.
That is right, Excelsor, and we see Roy coming in to ruin his win streak, as you were saying that, just because he doesn't have a good front line to hold off all of those advancing units from Roy. So yeah, maybe going for that hunter synergy very early on might not be the best option. He could probably stay at 4 or 3 hunters and just switch out 1 hunter for a more durable unit. And what I forgot to mention as well is, as an answer to the question you asked earlier about which early units are the best, there's also the God of War, wherein it's super tough, especially if you have a great front line. And if you can get it to level 2, which is highly possible because it's a 1 gold unit and it's very much available in the early game, you have a great tank that is just simply good for any composition. You want to build mages behind it? Sure. You want to build some hunters behind it? You can do it as well. And of course, if you're able to build a cadre of warriors around it, then you can probably go full warrior.
That's right, that's right. And we are seeing how a synergy, Meekopi. And a lot of players are going for the hunter synergy, beasts along, but there's only one going for full warrior, and that's Sai.
Where witchers are blind.
So we are now seeing 6 out of 9, man.
That is true. Sai might have found what they call this weakness to exploit for everyone. And that is that they are fighting over hunter units and Aggressive units as well by by association. So this is a very dangerous that was a very dangerous synergy board, by the way. And that just ensures that some of the players, we're not sure which will be getting the bad end of the bargain. And speaking of the siren that you were that our players might be looking for, Excelsor, tell us more about it.
Meekopi, the siren is the one that I was talking about a while ago. It got me tongue-tied because it just petrified me with its Abyssal Gaze. And Abyssal Gaze is the skill that during 3 seconds, any enemy units within the 4 radius looking at Siren will have their attack speed slow by 20%. 2 seconds of total time accumulated looking at Siren. That piece will turn to stone for 2 seconds, and it's a Marine / Hunter. That's also it's like a rare kind of piece to get, so you don't really get it this early, but you can see Roy getting it up
nap
to level
later.
2 really, really early.
Wow.
Really, really helping
How-
it with his synergy, man.
How does he do it? A level 2 Siren this early in the game, giving Roy all of the crowd control that he needed, and it's in a good positioning too. You see it here up front. That is because unless you give it like a mana generating item, it builds up its mana really slowly. So you might want to
Yeah.
get it attacked a bit just to build up that mana pool a bit quicker. And as you can see right now, it's taking some damage from the units. It's building up its mana pool. It will be able to cast its Abyssal Gaze on this backline any moment now, and this is gonna help Roy a lot against AD because AD has more units right at the
Whoa, there you
moment,
go.
but with that Umber Gun, it's just 3 on 2. Actually, it's 3 on 1.5 because the train only counts as 0.5. And yeah, he will just overwhelm his opponent just like that. So yeah, the
That's
power
right,
of
that's
Abyssal
right,
Gaze right
Meekopi.
there.
That's right, Meekopi, and we can see two players getting a 6 and 7 win streak with Roy and Kiryu, and we're seeing the effects right now on the whole board. As we can see, look at that, Stid by Galogis and AD, and also Loon with 62 down to 42 health. And man, when I see that there's a win streak happening, that means some of the players are going to get taken out early. And the top two players are fighting right now. It's between Roy and Kiryu. Let's see who's going to win between these two.
That Abyssal Gaze earlier is doing a lot of good things for Roy as it disabled Kiryu for 2 seconds and allowed, all of his hunters to get a few pot shots in. But I have to commend Kiryu. He is on a great
There's an
start
arrow
this
with
game.
your name on it.
And yeah, I guess it's all of those, tournament jitters just wearing off. And Kiryu, it seems, is on point. At level 7, having good economy, and at the healthy life total at
I'm
this
not
stage in the
a
game. But of course,
reindeer,
Roy,
I'm a
again, our
dragon.
dominant player, still in the top spot, sitting easily, comfortably with that, with that win streak.
And I think I just pointed out there's an armor right now with the Siren, just to decrease the damage that she's going to take. And also, Meekopi, why did Roy put that armor right there for our Siren?
Well, at the moment, the Siren is at level 2, so it can take a bit of damage, but of course, if it dies before the completion of the Abyssal
Come and have
Gaze
some radishes. It'll be
is cast, it
fine.
won't be able to petrify the unit. So that armor helps a lot in trying to reduce all of the incoming damage on the Siren, and hopefully buy it enough time to cast its Abyssal Gaze for its full duration. And as you can see, Roy is banking a lot on that good disable because he has a lot of his hunters are relying on that. His hunters are relying on that space that it's creating to deal a lot of their auto attack damage.
Yes, and we might see Meekopi a hat trick coming out of Roy, and because I'm comfortable in saying that because he's far ahead of the curve right now, especially with that early Siren. But he needs to build a stronger tank than that, Meekopi. That's why, as you can see, look at this bench. He has a Warpwood Sage, and that's why he has to build an armor. He just got eliminated by Galogis' assassins.
Wow, and Galogis equipping this Water Spirit with some really good items. I haven't seen an Abyssal Spirit get equipped that hard since, since assassins were a thing.
They look
But yeah, it's happening. Galogis is making it happen. He managed to break through Roy's win streak. And this is a very interesting
Wow.
composition that he is building. It's centered on 4 over 4
Divinity.
4 over 4 Divinity, using that wizard synergy as a filler for the last divinity. This means that all of his units, it doesn't trigger a racial trait yet, have their cooldown significantly reduced, and this means that you will see that Water Spirit right there simply just do its its wave ability through a number
Yeah.
of units.
After parties at my place.
That's right. I just
If we
saw
win,
that
that
water
is.
spirit just go activate his
Help
wave
your
ability
third
around
eye.
3 or 4 times over
Hence,
that
I
match,
am the
which is
goat.
actually
Strangler vines
times
and
two
deadly
of
night
what
For
we usually
nature,
expect
to the
the
flame.
water spirit to activate it. So usually it's just two.
Yep, yep.
If the match goes long, but then again that's a huge damage coming from that water spirit.
And I have to mention,
So
this is also a
Meekopi,
great
yeah,
build to do, given the scenario that we are faced, because everyone was focused on building their hunters early on. It freed a lot of the pieces for Galogis to take. So we can see bits and pieces of, and of course this synergy only requires
I'm gonna
Divinity
show you
units
a
and
thing or
Wizard
two.
units. The rest are, it's more of a utility, so you can easily swap out the remaining units for another one, and they will still gain the benefit of that Divinity synergy.
that's right, Meekopi, and it's really brave
Nature
of him
may
to
look
go
thick
with this
of
kind of
living.
synergy, right?
Let's
Because
Hello,
you know,
warn your changes.
all the other players are going in for
Trust
a
me.
hunter synergy and a warrior synergy.
Toothache?
He goes for this
Remove
divinity
it.
synergy, and it's actually
Itchy
working.
hand?
Kind of late,
Same thing.
but then again, if it works, if you're having fun, then this is the way to go.
That is right. And I guess one of the weaknesses of this build is that it's very reliant on that water spirit to deal a lot of the damage. But you can see it deals huge chunks of damage with its wave splash. I mean, look at it. Just 3 of those and it already cleared the back line of
Yeah.
Kiryu. And not only
Yes.
that, it also has a form of disable
At least you
in
get
the
to watch
spirit
me win.
bind by the goddess of light. So again, that's a good bonus on top of everything. But yeah, most
Yeah.
of the work is done by the water spirit, and it's just nice to see these kinds of builds work.
Yeah, I think he just let it out of the lab, and now let's look at GG Kiryu going for a partial dragon synergy with the full Exercis and also level 1 hunter synergy. Look at that. All enemies lose 8 armor. That's really important, especially if you have buffed up your hunters with extra damage. So that means most of the other players will just get melted off in that match.
That is right, and so you can see, you can look at these neutral creeps. It died so quickly to that composition. And yeah, I guess the only one of the routes that he can take from here, Kiryu can take from here, is to simply go 6 Hunter, just to get that sweet 80 damage bonus. I mean, for context, it's like equipping each of your hunters with three or more damage items, like or broken swords or something like that. So yeah, it's something that he might want to aim for. The other thing that he might want to do is to build a level 1 assassin synergy, but you know, as the game drags on, their damage output might not be up to par with the other compositions. However, I mean, assassin units are not being contested right now, so it's probably readily available, but I'm willing to bet that Kiryu is going instead for that 6 hunter.
That's right. And Meekopi, I think I'm being proven wrong here because I'm seeing a lot of players stepping up from a slump a while ago, and from Roy, from a huge win streak, is now down to 62, and he's already within reach from the other top top 5 players. So there might still be a long game with this match, and but then again, look at Loon. Loon, I want to see what Loon is carrying right now, Meekopi, because he went from a 60, now he's down to 9 within around 2 rounds.
Yeah, that is.
Wow.
Loon, of course, is one of those players who was picking Hunter early on, but now he's completely shifted and went for Warriors instead. And this might be a good move for him. We see it working out right now against Kiryu, who has supposedly one of the stronger Hunter comps that remained. But yeah, Loon taking advantage of no one playing Warrior, so might as well use it, right? And it's paying up in spades against him. For him, rather.
Yes. And now we're seeing two players, Meekopi,
The fate of Glacier
getting
Clan is
the,
in my
the
hands.
the win streaks right now. And before we go into that, that Doom Arbiter is the carry for Loon. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really
But
equipped.
Meekopi, can you explain? Can you explain what the Doom Arbiter does?
Okay, so the Doom Arbiter is a demon warrior, and it also has an ability called Doom Curse, which silences an enemy piece, meaning that it cannot use its abilities for 10 seconds, meanwhile dealing pure damage along the way, so for a total of 600 damage. So it is a great carry because of its high base damage. You see at level 1 it does 115 damage, so if you equip him with an early Shadow Edge, he will carry a lot of the game for you. And not only that, as its ability describes, it's a great disabler. So if it's able to land the Doom Curse on a crucial unit, like for say a Pirate Captain or a Siren, then that's a huge advantage for your team. It's also very tough.
Yeah, and it's also scary looking with those big arms of his, like Meekopi. So when I see that the Doom Arbiter, it's like an auto pick for me because I want that single target silence and damage combo from his skill. But then again, we can see both Loon and 80 down to 10 health. So we might see again some one to three players being taken out before round 30. Meekopi.
That's right, and this is a very important moment for Loon, by the way, because he is playing against Roy, which is so far has been one of the top players here. So if he can manage to fend off against this army, then it will show that he's in a good position. And yeah, just like that, he was able to power through all of Roy's units, and that's probably very reassuring for him because now he knows that his army is at least on par, if not greater, than what the other top players are fielding.
And while we are looking at Loon decimating Roy, we saw 80 get taken out into the top 8 position. Now he gets 0 points for this match. We will see the total scores later. But then Kiryu, oh man, 4 health and on a lose streak. What's gonna happen to him?
This is a bit heartbreaking because we see Kiryu with that really great start at the beginning of this game. He was having as high as I think a 6 or 7 win streak, and then suddenly it comes all crashing down. And it might not be entirely his fault. Maybe it's because the other players were also picking the same things as him, but that's just heartbreaking to see. But hopefully he's also at level 9 and has a bit of gold. So there are some last minute adjustments that he can probably do in order to survive and hopefully just last a little bit longer. He now has a complete dragon synergy, and this of course this Aggressive Ranger at level 3 might be able to carry the game for him as long as it's positioned really well.
That's right, and we actually saw him early game going into the Hunter synergy, but as you have said, Meekopi, maybe a lot of players were going for that same synergy, so that's why he went and veered off into the Dragon synergy instead. But then we'll see if it works for him with his own Aggressive Ranger carry. Devastator activating his bomb twice in this one game, and that tank, that God of War, is going to be taken out.
That is a very good sign for Kiryu because again, Sai is up there in the upper 4, and for him to be able to fight off his army relatively easily is a nice sign that Kiryu is doing things right. His army is dealing a lot of damage. He has the full dragon synergy, so that all of this unit's abilities will be firing off as soon as possible. And yeah, it's just a matter of hopefully he won't be faced against an opponent that is a bit more too powerful for him. And maybe it's Roy, maybe it's not. But that delayed action bomb doing a lot of damage for everyone. With that black hole also chipping away at the damage, it goes triple for the Umbra. Look at its life total go down easily. And of course, at level 3 Aggressive Ranger not being untouched. And just like that, Kiryu is making a return to this game. He is not dead yet, Excelsor.
Oh wow! I think the reason why Kiryu is not dead yet is because of that Warlock synergy giving him lifesteal for his pieces. And while we were watching Kiryu, Loon gets taken out of the game, getting that top 7 position, and we are seeing ID1 also getting at level 3 Agurus Stranger. Meekopi, what can you tell us about the synergies?
Okay, so up at the top, it's Hunter and Agursis for ID1, very stable, and I guess you want that's what every Hunter player is aiming for in this game. And then Galogis, of course, with a very interesting Divinity composition, followed by the rest of the others. And of course, again, we have to look at what's happening to Kiryu here. He is playing this game very dangerously. It's like at any point he's able to be eliminated at 4 health, but look at that. He is fending off the last 3 attacks relatively easily and going into a 3rd win streak.
Yeah, hello?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
It's cutting off. It was cutting off, but that's already a 3rd win streak, as you have said, Meekopi. And he was going against the level 3 Agurus Ranger of ID. So, wow. Okay, so who's the better Ranger? It's Gigi Curious. But let's see if he still survives this next rounds. I think it's because he needs to level up that Dragon Knight as early as possible, but he doesn't have the economy to do it. So just a lot of positioning changes would help, right, Meekopi?
that is right. Kiryu had the choice of going for does he want to reroll for a level 2 Dragon Knight, or does he want to go to level 10 instead? And oh no, that's very unfortunate.
Oh my god.
That Ink Splash into the headshot, level 3, took out a brunt of his unit. And that Wombo combo. Finally, we saw one tonight, Excelsor.
Yep.
And it comes in the form of the headshot from that level 3 Dwarf Sniper.
That's right, and I saw that Meekopi. I was thinking, oh, there's our black hole. Oh, there's a Ink Splash. Oh, there's a headshot, and a lot. It's like from a healthy chunk of chess pieces, and it's down to 3. And a lot of the players from Gigi Kiryu has been taken out, and he's taken out of this game. We'll see how many points he garnered throughout the round. And now he takes on a top 6 spot. Let's look at Standby, Meekopi. What is he doing right now with his synergy?
Well, from what I can say, he's doing all the right things with that Wombo combo. You saw how it melts armies, especially with that level 3 Dwarf Sniper going on. And yeah, he doesn't have the full Hunter synergy though, but he has the Feather synergy. So that's giving his units a lot of survivability, but probably not much against a pure Hunter build. But again, that level 3 Dwarf Sniper equipped with all of these goodies will be dealing a lot of damage for him. He also has a great frontline in the form of the Warped Sage, and of course a great support unit in the form of that level 3 Whispers here with all those strands going around.
Gold. The sell button is up on the right.
That's right, and those 3 level 3 pieces from Standby is going to carry him onto the game, but there's also another level 3 piece coming from Roy, almost the same, with Dwarf Sniper, Razor Claw, and Whisper Seer, and Warpwood Sage. Wow! What happened there, Meekopi? I just saw 3 of the pieces getting halved.
It is a battle of disable.
My name is Radish Elf.
Meekopi, someone's carrying one of these players is carrying like a cleave or a damage distribution item right there, because the players on the front line just get halved really fast.
That is true. The opening damage was so high.
Yeah,
you're right. And during that commotion, Sai got taken out, and that was a very interesting battle that we saw. And it all falls down to how great the damage dealing was managed. And one of the ways that you can easily everything happens automatically in auto chess, but one way that you can do if you're having a hunter composition to organize the damage that you're dealing and focus fire properly is to use the Dwarven synergy. And the helicopter, of course, is the other 50% of the Dwarven synergy, the other one being the Dwarf Sniper. And yeah, talk to us more about the helicopter, Excelsor.
The helicopter is one of the pieces that I always wanted to get with my Goblin Mech synergy, and has the call down ability, which calls down 2 area missile strikes on the enemy units in the 4 unit radius. Each of them deals 200 magical damage. Of course, that increases along with the skill, and it has a cool animation where you can see the crosshair on the board calling down on the enemies with its damage.
Yep, and we will see how.
Roy. We're seeing Roy.
Yeah, it's now Roy and Galogis. So these two are in contention at the top. But apparently, yeah, Roy just simply putting out so much damage. However, Galogis, that very tanky Warpwood Sage, is not falling down anytime soon. And of course, that ever splashing Water Spirit is still there. It all falls down now to just the Dwarf Sniper putting out the Water Spirit, but I don't think he has enough damage to kill this Warpwood Sage. Look at his life. Look at it, just shrug off all of those damage and just leech seed itself to victory.
Wow. That was a good head-to-head match between those two, and we can see that the Warpwood Sage is very tanky against that Dwarf Sniper. That's actually a mismatch right there, because you can see that the Warpwood Sage just decimated that that Dwarf Sniper. And look at that Water Spirit carry, Meekopi. He's still here. And what?
That is definitely the backbone of his build. And look at all of these Water Spirits just waiting on the bench, looking for that last Water Spirit or Strange Egg that will happen to drop by. And of course, when that happens, we are gonna see a super duper Water Spirit carry. But for the meantime, it's doing well by itself, even at just level 2. Look at it, just wave slashing it left and right, doing a brunt of the damage. It has actually dealt 11,000 plus worth of DPS for that team.
Wow!
And along with that, unkillable tank that is the Warpwood.
There you go!
There you go! Here it is. Excelsor, we are gonna see a lot of splashes in this next round. But before that, of course, we are gonna have a small intermission in the form of the Black Dragon King, hopefully giving the players the key item that they need for each of their respective builds.
Yes, Meekopi. I think it's going to be a festival of sorts, a festival of water that's going to happen. What's that festival? The festival of water in Thailand, Meekopi. I think it's Songkran. Songkran. If I'm correct, let me see if it's correct.
Not too familiar with it, but it sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. And that's what's happening right now. With the Water Spirit dealing that wave damage along.
That's
you know
true.
why? Because it's because of that divinity synergy. Nobody in this meta uses it as much, and it's working for him. Right, Meekopi?
That is true. The cooldown of Wave Splash, is that Wave Splash? Wave Slash is so long that usually the Water Spirit only gets to use it once this game. But look at it in this round. Follow it with your eyes if you are watching, because you will see it just dart around and deal lots of damage. There's one. There's another one, but it got stunned with the Ravaging Tentacle.
Oh, no.
It might get disabled. It got petrified. It might get focus fired. But now it's teleported to the backline, and Wave Slash again, taking out a number of units, and it's just him, the carry, versus the other carry, level 3 Aggressive Ranger, not gonna do much against it. And wow, it's just simply amazing, Excelsor.
And that while all those water effects are going across the board, we just saw Stid by get taken out and into the top 4 position. And while Roy, our boy right here, is getting the top spot of the match. Will we see a hat trick from Roy, Meekopi?
It is very possible, and we will see a semblance of it in this match. It is Water Spirit versus this very stable Hunter composition that's been dominating the games. But it seems like it's a very close match between the two. However, that Water Spirit is simply too much to deal with, and that Sniper will also fall. It will be sole survivor. Meanwhile, ID1 got taken out, Excelsor.
Oh man, and that leaves Galogis and Roy, and we'll see who will be winning this matchup. We just saw Roy going with his, I think it's a Hunter build, right, Meekopi? And Galogis going with this very, very odd, yet very, very effective Warlock / Divinity / MVP Water Spirit synergy.
And we will see if Roy was able to do some adjustments against Water Spirit. Missile Gaze going down. Wow, just simply good positioning all around. However, that Water Spirit was able to take care of a lot of those units that are at low health. And can it still take care of more? But no, that Hunter and that Warped Sage surviving. Roy making the great positional adjustments to catch the Water Spirit in that Abyssal Gaze and have the majority of Galogis units disabled.
That's right, and we can see that powered up Dwarf Sniper on the side of Roy. Is it going to be the last piece of the puzzle in the puzzle of winning 3 straight top spots in this regional finals, man? Oh man, this guy really knows this auto chess.
There's the Ink Splash. Where's the next ability that comes out?
Oh man, there's the one that is left. That's the Water Spirit. Anything is so excited, it gets knocked back, and now Galogis is down to 4 health.
Took an arrow in the knee.
And now it's in Galogis's what do you call this? Turn to make adjustments, as he has to find a way around Roy's very powerful Dwarf Sniper that's very well positioned too. And the good thing about that is that they were both able to reach round 40, and that gives them some time to think, some gold to work with, and of course hopefully get the last few bits of powerful items that could change the game for them. Also, Galogis might want to look into going to level 10 if he manages to match Roy unit per unit. That might be one of the factors why he is losing closely in these games, but we'll see what he does next round.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Meekopi, what does Galogis need right now just to give him a sort of advantage over Roy's army right there? I think, would it be useful if he had disable of sorts, or would it be more of damage? What do you think, Meekopi?
I think he did the right thing in that he went to level 10 with all of his remaining gold. So that puts him on a unit per unit at least against Roy. So yeah, that's one more body to work with, and of course he has to adjust the positioning. Roy, of course, starting with that Sniper at the very corner. Prisma's position that Water Spirit was able to catch a glimpse of it and targeting it again. However, it's the only one left, and everyone else has fallen down already. And wow, Roy, look at this, Excelsor. This player is so good.
Man, Roy showing us that auto chess is his game. And I was just talking about this a while ago, Meekopi. I was just saying, I think it is being formed in my mind that there might be a player who will be winning top 3 matches for the whole top 1 for the whole 3 matches, and this is what happened. Roy's just showing us what he's made of, and he just gets 27 points, Meekopi. A very, very comfortable 27 points, and also he's moving on to the next round with that straight hat trick of matches. Meekopi, what happened right there? And can you give us a rundown of what happened during that match?
Okay, early in the game, it was a scramble for Hunter pieces. 6 out of the 8 players, I think, went for some sort of a Hunter build, but they were very quick to adjust and get out of the trap of being in a composition that everybody wanted. But Roy, of course, stood his ground instead and said, "Give me all of the Hunter pieces. I want all of them. I will make it work." and he did. He was the last remaining hunter, or rather,
Yeah.
he had the best result out of all of the the players who went hunter. But of course, we can't take away from Galogis. He saw that all of the players, okay, I will take all of the pieces that you don't want and form the divinity synergy with them with my water spirit carry. And of course, who uses water spirit at this day and age of the new patch? Nobody. And Galogis was able to take full advantage of it. And of course, ID1 in third place, we see him going for the Igursis. I guess this is Igursis Hunter as well, if I'm not
Yep,
mistaken.
that's right.
I'm gonna see the synergy board later on, but
There you go.
yeah, it was Igursis Hunter, and of course the complete package of. Oh, sorry. Stidby was on Feathered and Hunter, okay? Followed by Sai, who went 9 Warrior but didn't pay off for him, unfortunately. He's probably fighting with pieces against Loon, who's also trying to do the same. Kiryu, of course, was very... we had high hopes for Kiryu, especially once he went during that win streak. But unfortunately, it got hit by the wombo combo of the Ink Splash plus headshot. Unfortunately, it was a level 3 headshot that simply wiped a lot of his units, and he wasn't able to recover from that fight. And finally, we have AD, who went Feathered and Witcher, but unfortunately, didn't work out for him. He didn't get that power spike that he wanted early on.
That's right, Meekopi. And what we're seeing right now is that the Witcher is not the only carry that can be leveled up or that can be developed in the Auto Chess Southeast Asia Regional Finals. There's also a Water Spirit. And of course, Dwarf Sniper is really the MVP of this game. But then again, the close second, the most entertaining for us was the Water Spirit Divinity Synergy in this match, which was beautifully executed by Galogis. Man, and
Yeah,
these guys continue to surprise us, Meekopi. But again, I'm disappointed, man. I'm really disappointed, Meekopi.
Why?
Ask me why.
Why?
There's no
Why? What's
Goblin
wrong?
synergy. There's no Goblin synergy, man. Nobody even went to the full Goblin mech synergy. A lot of them just went on with the whole Hunter and Hunter synergy, all the Warrior synergies.
Aw.
Yeah, I want to see my Goblin synergy, man. I want to see it back into the meta. But then these guys know what they're doing. What's the most consistent synergy right now is Hunter. Every game,
Yeah,
right, Meekopi?
That is right. Every game has placed Hunters on the top 4 at least, and even if they're not in the top 4, they're following closely behind, and we see it. You know, we see a lot of players gravitate towards it in round 3 because they just want to get a semblance of something, something to hold on to that's will allow them to have a good finish during this round. But of course, Roy setting an example for everyone, putting Vietnam on the map. This is how good the country is, says Roy. And yeah, that sets a precedence on all of the other players about the challenges that they will be facing during the next few days. But for now, we can comfortably say that he will be making his way into day 2 and on the upper bracket, and just chill down a bit and relax, or continue to dominate if he wants to.
That's right, that's right. And Meekopi, we're going to have more Auto Chess action as we cast the next group, which is Group C. Again, that's still going to be an exciting match as well because, man, these guys are really good Auto Chess players, and we might see another Roy or another hat trick from the next group of players, maybe, but it depends on how skilled these players are. And again, Meekopi, we're really excited to go on to the next match. And if you're just watching, you're watching the Auto Chess Southeast Asia Regional Finals with me, Excelsor PH, and with Meekopi right here. We're going to be back in a few, and it's going to be Group C of the Regional Finals. See you in a few, guys. Just stay right here on Auto Chess BNG page and YouTube channel. See you guys.
I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Stay strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away.
Welcome back, guys, to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals, and we're here now at Group C. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, what do you think about this group? Is there anyone worth mentioning here, or is just are these all good players coming from the earlier qualifiers?
I believe they're all very good players, of course, to reach this stage of the regional finals from all the qualifiers that they have faced throughout the past weeks. And more than anything else, I don't know a lot about them, and I'm just excited to see how these players will perform. This is how legends are made, Excelsor. Like from
Yep.
tournaments, they make big accomplishments like what Roy did just last game. And yeah, we are starting right now. We will see who's
Yep, let's
who's
go.
like the Roy of this this group.
Sure are good at losing.
Yes,
huh?
Roy is the name to remember this match, because we let's see who's going to be the legend of this group. And we are looking right now at TA along Super XXX, XZG, CDYI, Dremel, PayND, and Gold. I'm going to call PayND Paint instead, because I think that's the
Okay.
one. That's the name he just wanted to create there. And Meekopi, that's an early ripper right there, right? Yeah, I mean, that's a hard chess piece to come by from Paint.
That is true, considering that it's just the first 2 rounds. But you know, it's not impossible. It's
You might learn
I mean,
something.
when you get a Ripper, you get a Ripper. It's a level 2. I mean, it's a 2 gold unit. Has a great ability in Reaping Death, wherein it does pure damage, meaning that it can't be mitigated by stuff like armor or magic resistance. So yeah, it hits a lot of units if you position it well. Also, Excelsor, it's a good signal to try to go for Goblin Synergy.
That's right, because it's one of the pieces. And also, we are seeing here a possible Force Warrior push from Dremel, right? Those pieces are looking really, really good and really, really stable, and also really, really tanky, right, Meekopi?
That is right. Dremel, seeming from the looks of his board and his bench, is seemingly looking to start with
by
a
the
warrior
sword,
composition,
kill by the
and
sword.
that swordman pick right there just goes to solidify his picks. Meanwhile, yeah, here in gold, he's already on his fourth Eggers' Ranger, from what it looks like, and going towards a druid sub synergy. But I mean, we have seen the problems with druid synergy during the past group Excelsor, right? It's being heavily contested, and we will see how contested it is in this game, in this group.
That's right. And Meekopi, I'm seeing an Argali Knight there. Is that a soft sign that there might be a knight? I'm still watching out for a knight build, Meekopi, because I really want to see that that fallen synergy rise back up, because I've seen it work when I started using that on ladder or on ranked matches, and it can still work if you use it correctly, right?
The tundra.
That is true, and the great thing about it is that even by itself, the Argali Knight can stand on its own, at least in the early game. Its purification ability is actually very powerful because it heals the Argali Knight itself, in addition to dealing significant damage to the units around it. So that might be one good reason to draft the Knight over other pieces, considering it costs 3 gold as well. But yeah, you've made a good
Try to give
you've made a good point there, in that it might be it might be the game sending a signal to go knights. And yeah, as I mentioned before, it's a very situational build. You need to have some stars lined up for the knight for the knights to succeed. Like you need to be the only knight. You need to have fast access to a level 2 Hell Knight, and of course, somewhere towards the beginning of the end game, of the late game rather, you will want to have at least 2 level 3 knights already at your disposal. Otherwise, they will fall in power compared to the other builds.
That's right, Meekopi. But then again, if you do pick the Knight synergy, it might be a silent Knight for you if you start losing really badly against all these hunter synergies. Because as we know, Meekopi, the night synergy falls short in the early game, right?
That is right. In addition to getting the night pieces is a bit hard considering that a lot of them are 3 gold. Rather, the important ones are 3 gold. Some of the knights are also heavily contested. Dragon Knight, for example, good luck fighting over other hunter dragon compositions who also want to take it away from you. And also, the evil knight is a core component of some of the Eggers' builds. So just that alone makes the full 6 knights build very difficult to completely build.
That's right, that's right. And look at those double dwarf snipers coming from CDYI. That's not going to help him. Even if on its own, a dwarf sniper is really strong, but now it's actually really soft. And if the enemy just goes through your initial quote-unquote tanks, right, Meekopi?
That is
so
true.
What are we looking at right now from Super XXX? Wait, yeah, I think Super XXX was building an assassin synergy, Meekopi. Aren't you excited about that?
Oh wow, of course. As someone who, I guess most of my wins are from assassin builds, I'm a big fan of assassins. And it's just disheartening to see them being underrepresented in a tournament. But again, this goes to show that there might be some hidden builds out there that will work for the current metagame. And Tahir is just gonna auto-win against his opponent. Apparently, someone is building on a lose streak as well. We have actually 4 players going for lose streak, so it's a matter of who loses the most, who will get the most amount of economy in the long run.
And WRTA is going for win streaks as well on the other end of the spectrum, and they're both going for 5 win streaks. And this is because of the Dragon Synergy, early Dragon Synergy, coming from WRTA, and also a level 2 Dwarf Sniper. He's also banking or trying to form a level 4 Agursis. Meekopi.
That is
isn't
right.
that exciting? Yep. Look at the early big synergies coming from WRTA.
WRTA able to find those units to complete these micro synergies. However, he's on the end of a level 2 Hell Knight. That Helling Bolt will stun the Dwarf Sniper enough to give Pain the win over him. However, not to be disheartened. Yeah, it's the start of a good build, that's for sure. Looking at Pain on the other hand, he's approaching level 10 with an Abyssal Crawler that has a Shadow Edge on it. So yeah, that's a good way to deal with those pesky backline units and deal AoE damage as well. But for now, it's the Rock Golem round. It's an interesting time to look at our synergy board and see what the other players are building up.
That's right. I want also to see the synergy board that's going to happen. But then again, we can see Pain going for a bench of assassins, Meekopi.
Once you taste victory,
It's going to be
nothing else
it's going to be Gob Assassin, or like he's forming a kind of a goblin main with an assassin bank, just to be sure that when he switches the synergy, it might still work. Because why you do this, Meekopi? Correct me if I'm wrong. Because sometimes the synergy doesn't go your way. That's why you bank some of the synergies that can go well with your current synergy, right? You can't go like full synergy and then just go sell your current synergy right now. What do you think about that strategy, Meekopi?
I very much agree, Excelsor. Making sure you have options early in the game is one of the most important things that you can do for yourself in order to increase your chances of winning in auto chess. Of course, you can always try to force a build, but that's only limiting your options. The great thing about this is if you have a lot of options, you can eventually settle down on the build that you want to do. And in theory, if you settle down on the build that you want to do, it will be able to win you rounds, and then in turn it will help you build the economy that was supposedly lost when you were trying to diversify with all of these units.
Yes, that's right. That's right, Meekopi. And we are looking at along right now with a dragon synergy as well. Dragon slash hunter. I think I saw some other player using this synergy. Meekopi, I think it's a bit popular right now. What's happening? This is a whole new meta from the first group.
You're right. This is a completely new meta from the first group. And this kind of this variation of the dragon build, I think it's the more popular one, and it's I guess its main selling point is its high damage. I mean, you see the armor reduction, you see the hunter damage bonus, and not to mention your dragons get to transform as soon as possible. That Dragonite, of course, being the main culprit, dealing a lot of splash damage once it transforms.
Turn back the tide.
Yep, and that's even though that's a level 1 or a 1-star Dragon Knight, that's still going to be strong, and it's still going to deal so much damage after it transforms into a dragon. And that's going to be an 8-win streak. We're now seeing a solid distribution, as we have mentioned a while ago, Meekopi, that if there's someone on a win streak, there's going to be someone lagging in terms of health, and we can see it right here.
That is true. We have 2 guys on a losing streak, but they're in a good position when economics-wise, economy-wise rather. So I'm guessing that they are going on a lose streak on purpose. But before that, let's look at one of the key units of the Dragon synergy, which is the Dragonite. Take it away, Excelsor.
Oh man, this Dragon Knight is really, really powerful. This is a human, dragon, and knight all in one with this skill called Resonance. Transforms into a powerful dragon form, granting additional 2 grids of attack range and 100 attack damage, dealing magical damage to enemy units in splash attack range over time, and and that changes for each progression of stars that the Dragon Knight goes to. So, Meekopi, can you explain to us what type of progression I'm talking about in terms of Dragon Knight? What forms does he take on to?
Okay, at level 1, Dragonite transforms into this cute green dragon that tries to be a carry by spewing poison on the enemies. Well, early in the game, it's powerful, but nothing much to talk about. Level 2 is where the party starts when it turns into a red dragon and breathes fire instead, dealing AoE damage to the opponent, and it's very useful and very powerful against formations that are really clumped together, like mages or hunters or something of that sort. And of course, it's very rarely seen, but at level 3 it turns into a frost dragon that simply just carries the game for you.
That's right, and we just saw that right here. Although none of the players are going on with a visible win streak, we are seeing that some of the players on the lower half have very good economy. What's happening right now, Meekopi? Are these players losing on purpose? And is the pre-synergy really that good?
I'll exercise
every yeah, it's
there's a place where witchers are blind.
I mean, they're in a good position economically right now. They are they're ahead against some of the other players. But you know, there's a bit of risk. It's scary that you have to carry when you are using this kind of open port strategy, just waiting for the other players to make their moves, just trying to mitigate damage to you using priests, and then picking your spots later in the game. But it does pay off. We saw it in some of the national finals that happened during the past few weeks. The players who went for economy first were able to bounce back and get the best composition that's right for them. So yeah, it's a really viable strategy, and I'm excited to see how these high-level players are balancing the risk between life totals and building their army
protect us.
with using this kind of strategy.
After the battle, let's go rub against
Yes,
the
that's right.
tree.
And although he lost, he has this carry. Super XXX has the Abyssal Crawler carry, and a 6 out of 9 Feathered Synergy. And let's see if it works for him in round 17 against TM Gold.
So
So
TM Gold,
Meekopi.
yep.
Yep. I have a question. For his composition, why isn't he going into the
That's too
assassin
bad.
build instead of just the feather build, man?
For who? For TM Gold.
For Super XXX, he can go straight
Oh.
into assassin. No, okay, he went now. He just
Okay, he
went
went
into an
now.
assassin build. Okay, okay,
But
good.
this is interesting in the sense that it has more feather than assassin, so he is relying a lot more on the survivability of his units for them to deal damage. Of course, the majority of the damage that will be done is used
I'm
via the
coming out.
Abyssal Crawler,
Listen and
but
you
because
can
it's
hear
very
the
evasive
sea.
as well, and you have these disables from the other feathered units, then yeah, it will be able to deal a lot more. It will be a lot of trouble to deal with it. And look at it right now, just tanking the front line and unfortunately dying to that Kamehameha from the Bertola Elder. But
Oh,
yeah,
man.
you saw the potential of the Abyssal Crawler. It's just that the dragons are too fortified. The dragon mages rather are too fortified right now for Super XXX to deal with.
That's right, that's right. And with that gamble, Super XXX is down to 24 health. Let's see if he will be able to come back. Going back to WRTA, he's now in a 4 out of 4 Agursis synergy. And also with a Dragon and Hunter synergy with the Dwarf Sniper carry. Man, that also, he has 4 2-star minions. The Warpwood Sage, the Ghost Kid, Dwarf Sniper, and I said the Viper, Meekopi?
I forgot what it's called, but I love
Yeah.
the dragon
Yeah, okay.
nevertheless. It deals so much
Yeah.
damage for what do you call this? For its ability to deal so much damage, especially to the back line. You see it going right there.
That's right.
But yeah, it seems that it's
looking
not
at
enough
this,
as
yeah.
CDIY will be taking that quick win. And look at that, CDIY has this level 3 warp with Sage. Again, one of the, I guess you call it one of the MVPs that we don't talk about.
All I
That's
need
right.
is
It's
my bow, an
it's
arrow,
the
and a target.
MV, it's the tank that's not wearing
Friendship
any
is
armor,
magic.
right? And not in his animation, but then again, we see him wearing 2 armors. That's actually very helpful early in the game, or mid game, as we are now in the round 20 for our Group C stage. So Meekopi, looking at this 6 out of 9 Feather Synergy, I think Super XXX is getting contested hard on his pieces. Can you explain why that is, Ms. Meekopi?
Okay, it is a bad idea for players to go for the same synergy despite the said synergy being quite powerful. Like for example, what Super XXX is building right now. This is because the total number of pieces are actually limited in auto chess. So you are
Creed is
so
high-five.
you're basically whenever you grab a unit, you're basically denying the other player of the chance to get that unit. And what happens is that if a lot of players go for the same synergy and the same pieces, they ended up just kind of cutting into each other, and as a result, everyone doesn't get the best pieces that they want.
Wow, that's a good explanation coming from Meekopi. And while Meekopi was explaining, we just saw Super XXX pick up an Abyssal Crawler, level 3 or 3-star. And we're looking at the match between Dremel and who's this? CDYI. I think he's going to lose this match against Dremel. And he does. So that's a
That's
lot
right,
of damage, Meekopi. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
go.
true.
Go, Meekopi.
Dremel going the tough route of warriors, and of course at level 2 pirate
To meet
captain
you so
doing a
easily.
lot of work for him. And yeah, this is very interesting, as you've mentioned before, Abyssal Crawler right here with
High five.
with a lot of armor, but
Strangler vines and deadly.
yeah, it does have its important
Maintain eye
an important frantic item in the form of the Frantic
I mean,
Mask
magic
and the Shadow
ends
Edge. So it has two of its best items already equipped on it. So it's just a matter of it surviving and doing some good crits. And for those viewers out there, it's best to watch the Abyssal Crawler in this round, see where it lands, and see how much damage it will be able to do from that position. Okay, it kind of missed right the first jump right there. But look at it in the back line, just simply tearing through all of
Wow.
these units and now going for the tank. Look at the damage. Even the Warpwood Sage says, I can't keep
Never
up with this.
underestimate
And
an
just
elf.
like that, Super XXX making great use of the Assassin Feathered build.
That's right. And going back, talking about assassins, that piece that we missed a while ago, that's a Venom, right? The Venom, and it has a skill of Viper Strike. So that's the assassin that Super XXX will not be seeing in this game, because some of the other players are already trying to snatch that dragon up, but then again, he doesn't need it because he has a level 3 Abyssal Crawler, which is just a very reliable carry with his Frantic Mask and Shadow Edge. Oh,
I'm
wow.
coming
Wow,
out.
that was a draw? That's really rare.
Coming out.
The enemy is no more than a
And yeah, CD1, and here is something really interesting from Pain. This is a four insectoid synergy again, and also with its own level 3
Wow.
Abyssal Crawler that is packed with a lot, with more damaging items than what we've seen from Super XXX.
irritating.
And not only that, I think this is the right way to go about with the insectoid synergy. You make multiple copies for insectoids, you send the weaker ones up front so they will be able to spawn the stronger insectoids, and then just repeat the process and profit. But it seems like Dremel here is a bit too tough. That Abyssal Crawler is just simply scratching all of these warriors' backs, and they are not minding it. The damage just keeps getting mitigated.
Strangler vines and
And
deadly
yeah, that's
Yeah,
a quick
right.
win there for Dremel.
Sand. It's
that's right. That's
coarse
right. And
rough
I just want to
and
see if
irritating.
that
Feel the
Abyssal Crawler
corrosion and
did
waste
that Abyssal
away.
Crawler carry
Make
a
Friendship
Frantic
is
Mask or any
magic.
life steal? Because if it
Yes,
did,
it did.
that would
Yeah.
probably. Oh wow, not enough, man.
Yeah,
And
just a little damage
somebody.
going out.
Yeah, that's right, Meekopi. And somebody just got a lot of 3-star minions, and I think that was XNetG with his 3-star God of War, 3-star Warpwood Sage, and 3-star. Is that a Desperate Doctor? I think that's a Desperate Doctor, right?
Yep, this
Meekopi?
Desperate Doctor. And look
And
at
is
it,
it going to
flailing
help
its
him?
Desperate ricocheting cask around. That Umbra, being a multiple target unit, gets the full brunt of it. And wow, I'm surprised he even has enough damage to kill that Warpwood Sage. But yeah, I mean, with 3-star units hammering on it, I guess it's just a matter of time before they bring it down. And they did.
That's right. And we're seeing XDesG trying to form that water spirit synergy that we saw in the previous
Easter
group.
egg. You found
Maybe
me.
it'll work. He just needs one more piece, or he actually can form a level 3 piece right now. I'm wondering why he's not doing it. Meekopi. There's an egg.
That's true. I guess he's just trying to wait if another water spirit will come out during this round, because we are going into round 25. So it provides him a bit of a respite and a bit of gold, and again another reroll for the next round. So he just wants to save up on that egg and see if he can get the level 3 water spirit at a discount.
That's right. That's right. Maybe he will get lucky and get another water spirit just to get him a level 3 water spirit. But if he does not get it, and he will have to just go and use that dancing golden egg.
It's a very
let's see
it's a
the
very
rolls.
strange egg, and then we will see the rolls and the,
Nope,
he completely
There
spent
you
the
go.
egg on the level 3 water spirit, and he is now looking in good shape actually. He has nearly all of the essential items for the Water Spirit, that Teleport Dagger being one of them. It has good mana regen as well, and a lot of protective items, and even a little bit of lifesteal. So keep your eyes peeled and watch where it's going this round, because it will be splashing all around the board. Let us see how he does against Pain with the Insectoid build.
Boom! Oh man, those revived insects are not going to be enough. And let's see. Oh, the carry! The Abyssal Crawler carry takes him out. And I think X-She is going to be the first one who is going to be taken out of this match. Wow.
Wow. That is complete. To be honest, I was completely not expecting that to happen. I thought for a moment that that Water Spirit will be able to carry through a lot of the carry the game for him against all of those insectoids. But as it turned out, what you've said before, the Abyssal Crawler really doing a lot of work.
Yeah. And is it just me, Meekopi? I'm not seeing the animation of the insectoids working, but it probably did, right? Because there are a lot of insectoids or minions on the board. Always.
Yeah. I guess one of the what do you call this? One of the better places to start looking for the insectoid effect is you look at the frontline units first, because they're the ones who are like the sacrificial 1-star units in order to produce a 2-star unit. Usually when those die, they will produce a 2-star unit, and then when the 2-star unit dies, it has a duplicate elsewhere. That's when the 3-star units will roll. So going to the next round, this is probably this is a great spot to to do some insectoid viewing. Look at all of those fancy Lord of the Sands in front.
Oh man!
But for now, we are gonna see some tough warriors instead.
There's another Doom Arbiter carry, and we just missed CDYI. Just got taken out in that previous round, Meekopi, right?
Oh wow! And I haven't noticed that as well.
And this is Dremel with a 9 out of 9 warriors here with a Doom Arbiter carry. Let's see if he takes out the WRTA in this round. Oh man, so much damage. But then again, that Ghost Kid will not be enough. And also that Pirate Captain. Oh, nice.
That level 3 Dwarf Sniper really doing a lot of work there for
Welcome
him.
to the Marines.
Yeah, and WRTA just defeated Dremel in that round. And while that was happening, we saw TM Gold get taken out, and he's now on top 6. Looking at Dremel, he has a 9 out of 9, but there isn't a good carry. I think he needs to put down that Rogue Guard. Meekopi, is that right?
That is right, but at the moment I think he just wants one demon on the board, especially that Doom Arbiter doing a lot of damage to all of those items. However, the initial burst of opening spells is dealing a lot of damage to his warrior units, but they are very tough, even despite that Black Hole, despite that Zeus's Wrath. Everything is still doing very well for him.
That's right. Even though there was a burst right there, these warriors are pushing on and taking all that damage, but no. He's just going to say, okay, it's not enough. I'm going to power through you. You're just soft as butter. Right? Anyway, let's look at the win streak from Along. What is he carrying right now, Meekopi?
I'm guessing this is alongside of the board. So right now he is full Dragon, 6 Mage. That's a lot of magic reduction, rather magic resistance reduction against their opponent, and you can see those spells just simply wiping those Thunder Hides. And if you can do it to Thunder Hides, what more you can do it with their opponents. And we can see here that he is taking full advantage of that dragon synergy by placing his 6 most powerful spellcasters on the right side, or rather on the left side of his board. Meanwhile, all of the utility dragons are on the far left side trying to distract his opponents while the main team casts all of their spells. You see the Dragonite back there? That is like his super carry. And it's protected well by the Thunder Spirit there, because it also has the Spirit Synergy.
And
But
that's
what
right,
it
that's
looks
right.
like,
Oh man.
Oh no.
Oh man, that's really
Wow.
fast. That Abyssal Crawler just powered through, man. Did you see that? Meekopi, how long it's going to take that damage? And wow, WRTA is already out. I think it's top 5, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's top 5, and that's a quick succession of players being eliminated during the past few rounds. And I like how this group is very different from the meta of the other group, wherein now it's Abyssal Crawlers that are wreaking havoc, and we don't have a Fallen Witcher in sight. We do, however, have a Dark Spirit as well, and the Excelsor. You might want to tell us more about what the Dark Spirit does.
And the Dark Spirit is, as its name says, really dark because it produces a black hole that deals pure damage equal to 4% of the max HP per second for the enemy pieces within 3 bits, and it lasts for 8 seconds. And that percent goes by 2%, by increases the percentage for each level of Dark Spirit that you have. So, man, that's one of the pieces that I really like to have when I'm facing some minions that have some pieces that are very, very tanky, like warriors. Right, Meekopi?
That is right. That is right. It's great against warriors. It's great against knights. It's, well, to be honest, it's great against everything. And you will always want to see the black hole drop into a clump of units as opposed to just a singular target. And yeah, from what we can see here from A Long, he is making great use of it. And yeah, I just simply like this initial volley of spells that he does when the round starts. I mean, look at this. We're fighting a Super XXX again. Watch that Abyssal Crawler. It went to the back line, but it can't attack just yet. However, when it does, it's dealing probably way too much damage for all of these topics at the back. And yeah, just like that, it will be a quick win for Super XXX, and A Long has to adjust to that, knowing that there's a big but cute assassin roaming around.
That's right, and that Dremel is already out taking the top 4 spot. And Meekopi, I'm really being distracted by TM Gold's name. It's really a gold sheen. But look at those items coming from Abyssal Crawler. Oh man, there's defense, attack, lifesteal, and another lifesteal. Wow, 2 lifesteal, and also it gives the Abyssal Crawler it makes it more tanky of sorts, right, Meekopi? Because it has lifesteal, also increased attack speed, as well as armor. You don't really see much of that in your DPS, but you see it now in your Abyssal Crawler.
That is right, but however, that tankiness won't last long, as we see a lot of 3-star insectoids here going for pain, and they're gonna gang up on that other Abyssal Crawler, the poor guy. And Super XXX is gonna get eliminated in such a convincing fashion. Pain with that insectoid build, really making it work, has the Abyssal Crawler of his own. And that Abyssal Crawler is back to the brim with Frantic Mask from what you've seen in Excelsor. Look at that!
Man, what Frantic Mask. Oh wait, he converted it. Okay.
Yeah, he converted one of them. I mean, they're still masked though. How does he wear all 3 of them?
Man, yeah, one on the front, one on the back, one
on the side.
I don't know. One side.
One on the weapon.
I've seen it in an anime. I think you can wear 4 masks at once, man. Right? It just rotates.
To the Marines.
But
that's some really high level play there.
Yeah, that's right. And we are seeing. We just saw a while ago that the insectoids are what carried the last game, because the Abyssal Crawler from Super XXX killed a lot of minions, but then from Pain summoned a lot of insectoids as well from those dead minions, right?
That is right. So it all comes down to Pain versus Along, and as I mentioned before, Along has to find a way to adjust his positioning in order to deal with this Pain's initial jump of that Abyssal Crawler. And it seems like he's not doing the best job at it. However, he is getting wiped out one by one. And what's happening is that all of these level 3 units are just sprouting from the corpses of all insectoids. They're just overwhelming Along. He's now down to 5.
Oh man, this is the first time we're seeing from the series that we have casted that the insectoid synergy has been working well for our players. And you can see here, Meekopi, that not a lot of players, not a lot of high-level pieces are appearing on the side of Pained. They'll be seeing 1-star minions because you want them to die, right, Meekopi?
That is right. Those units up front are sacrificial. In fact, we are. And potentially the last round, we can look at them right now. They get exploded, a bigger unit pops up, and those insectoids are dealing with stun. Those insectoids are dealing a lot of damage. That Abyssal Crawler is out of control. But now, wow, it got crowd controlled and got beaten by the dragons. But again, these 3-star insectoids are very tough, and they are probably gonna overwhelm Along here. But again, that dragon not giving up. But this. And it's wow. For some reason, some way, somehow, Along survived.
Yeah, I think it's the black hole from his side. But I know. Wait. Did he switch it off? I think he switched it off. The Dark Spirit. Yeah, he went back on it.
Back again.
Oh, 4. Okay. It's 4!
Yes.
4!
The adjustments from Along at the last second. It's happening.
It happened, man. It's happened. It's happening, man. It's happening, Meekopi. It's happening. Oh.
Will this work?
Everyone's going to get petrified.
Meaning everyone that gets hit has the potential to petrify their attacker. And this is seemingly working well against Along. But then again, he has a lot of powerful units, however, explosions going around. Yeah, for Along, he is still in control. Those level 3 insectoids aren't doing that much damage, unless you count that poison worm just sprouting all of these things around. And that's more than enough to overwhelm Along after what seemingly looks like a good adjustment. And I have to commend him on that. He managed to do it just in time with all of the resources that he has. What a game, Excelsor.
That's right, that's right. And we see Pained going in with that unconventional build, and you see that the insectoids, really fairly new, but they're working really well for Pained if you use them correctly. And what happened there, Meekopi? What other highlights can you talk to us about?
Well, for one, I didn't see where this game was going at the start. It seems like everyone has their own agenda until the more dominant builds came into light. And on my part, I just want to commend Pain on that, showing us again another build that something that we might want to use for our own games. This is for insectoids done right by Pain. And let's look at the player rankings. Excelsor.
Right now, we have Pained with top 1, along with top 2, Super XXX with top 3, Dremel with top 4, WRTA with top 5, top 6, TM Gold, MSG, CDYI with top 7, and XDetG with top 8. And let's look at the synergies that happened during this match, Meekopi.
As for Pain, of course, it's the 4 insectoid train with the Abyssal Crawler carry. Serve him so well, and of course Along with again another unconventional build of his own. We see dragons, we see mages, and we see it carrying him to 2nd place. For Super XXX, there's Feathered Assassin, that's a thing, so it also works. And it's just funny to see both players getting 3-star Abyssal Crawlers as carries. Dremel, of course, went for the warrior build. he's the lone warrior, but I guess he didn't find the pieces strong enough and got eliminated somewhere along the way. And we have WRTA with that Exorcist and of course Hunter, very stable build, and he is the top hunter out of the others because Gold and CDYI followed soon after, and of course XZG had that water spirit, but it didn't work out too well for him this round.
That's right, Meekopi, and we are seeing a different kind of meta from our players right now. That we just saw that the hunters have fallen short. They're actually down at the bottom 4, and the warrior synergy is now working quite good for our players, and as well from the wishes. From the wishing well of Meekopi, we see assassins dominating this this matchup. And actually, Meekopi, Super XXX came back from the dead, or the top 8 spot, and now he went up to top 3 with his open fort strategy early in the game, and he got a big abyssal crawler, right, Meekopi?
That is true. It's a very risky strategy to pull off, especially on game 1 without the tournament jitters, but Super XXX, of course, being the veteran that he is, really made it work, landing himself in a great spot for round number 2. And yeah, you've mentioned earlier before that it's a very different, it's a completely different metagame going on here in Group C. We saw no Fallen Witchers, and no one wants them apparently. We saw no goblins, no one wants them apparently, and I guess the common thing is that no one wants knights for either group, but we'll see as the game progresses on.
That's right.
What a game.
Wow, what a game indeed, Meekopi, and we just saw some innovative synergies coming from our players over at the Group C. Oh, that's just the first game, Meekopi, and with that, we are just going to take a short break, and if you're just watching, you just watched the first game of Group C of the Auto Southeast Asia Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few. back to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. And we are now on Group C, Game 2. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, what can you expect from this match? What do you think is going to be the synergy? We missed some synergies in the previous game. Are they going to pop up in this game?
This is very interesting because if we compare to Group A is more like, okay, the stable, and then we pull out the tricks. This group, however, just pulls out all the tricks from the bag at the start of the very first round, and from the looks of it, I guess what they're going to do right now is to try to settle down on the more standard builds now that they have an idea on their current standings in the in this series of games.
That's right, and Meekopi, I think some of the players are going to go now. I mean, more of the bottom 4 players are going to go more into the stable build, but it's just proving us wrong because the stable build that they have gone for is the hunter build, and it didn't work for them. Will they be more comfortable with the warrior build or the assassin build that the other players did?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. And I guess one of the reasons why the Hunters kind of underperformed last game is that the more dominant, or rather the strategies employed by the top 4 players were a bit unconventional. So the Hunter players have to worry a lot more about the positioning and what units they're getting matched up against. Remember that, Hunter builds are great against straightforward matches where they can just rest from the backline and just keep firing on whatever's in front of them. But again, the builds that won either have this scary unit that's assassinating things on the backline, or they're getting wiped by spells in the initial volley that happens. So hopefully hopefully this game is a bit more hunter friendly in that they won't get matched against these bit more unconventional but effective strategies, and yeah, hopefully that happens.
Yeah, that's right. And Meekopi, I really want to see our players go on into more innovative strategies as we have seen in the game 1. More of that, please. I want to be amazed with the pop-ups of divine water spirit synergies or full mages as some of our players did, and I want to see all those animations be put to work. How about you, Meekopi?
That is right, Excelsor. And as for me, you'll be surprised by this, but it seems like Goblins is like the popular flavor, at least in the early game, for a couple of these players. TM Gold and CDYI at the very least picking up what seemingly is and going for a Goblin Mech synergy. And it would probably serve them well depending on the next few picks. And yeah, for Gold, it's a Soul Breaker adding up to his lineup. And of course an Argali Knight, always a good pick despite it not being a good synergy for any of these goblins. It's powerful by itself early in the game. So he is looking to have a quite stable early game unless the player he will be facing has something better up his sleeve. So after that last adjustment of positionings, he will be again Super XXX at 5 units as well, with what seems to be a early level 1 warrior comp. And look at that Reaper just reaping death, plowing through that front line. Look at all of the damage that it dealt. And when you combine it with Argali Knight's Purification, that's a lot of AoE damage going to those warriors. And a relatively easy win here for Gold.
I gotta catch my breath.
That's right, and we are seeing now some of the players getting their level 2 pieces, and there you go, Witcher appearing at WRTA side. Oh man, is this it? But look at his bench, Meekopi. It's varied. He has a mage synergy, a mage Tortolan Elder right there that can build into a mage synergy, a druid. There's the hunter synergy that might happen. So he's still on the fence on which way he's going to go, but he now has a Fallen Witcher, which can give him extra damage early on in the game.
That is right. We have seen how powerful Fallen Witchers can be even at level 1 this early in the game, and they only grow stronger from here. So whether or not the WRTA will want to build up on this. It is entirely up to him, but for now, yeah, he looks to be having a stable build right now.
Yeah, with that menagerie of chess pieces on the board, there's another player getting his own Fallen Witcher on this board right now. But we just saw WRTA get the other piece, so he has two. He's one ahead, one Fallen Witcher ahead. And let's see if his Heaven Bomber is going to be performing along with his Soulbreaker in this matchup against WRTA.
And WRTA, of course, he has the upper hand, but we can't really tell unless we see that Heavenly Bomber fire those tracing missiles, and it did.
No.
And suddenly the tables have turned, and that.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, those goblins won. So you see the power of the early tracing missiles right there from a level 2 Heaven Bomber, just simply turning the tides in favor of CDYI.
Have you tried turning it off and on
Oh
again?
man, I think he's going to go for it, man. CDYI is going to go for that Goblin mech synergy. Maybe it can happen. He just threw off his Fallen Witcher. Maybe Meekopi, he's gonna put it back in when he gets 6 out of 6 in terms of his level, right?
That is right. For now, it seems like he is more in favor of a second level 2 Heavenly Bomber, and for good reason. You see how much damage those tracing missiles have dealt,
wow.
and you see it now again. That sudden burst of damage is actually more than enough to win him that round. And yeah, he now has the option to level up and try to put his Fallen Witcher in back again for more damage, but from the looks of it, yeah, he seems to be the chosen one, at least in terms of our desire for a Goblin player to rise up to the occasion. That's CDYI for us.
Yep. Yes, and I want to see the synergy that's being formed or being softly formed around round 10, and let's see how much which one is CDYI going to go up against now. Wow, Paid is going for an open port strategy, Meekopi.
Yeah, that's right, and it's very dangerous without Priest too, since he can't mitigate all of those incoming damage, and hopefully he gets some of those. But yeah, for now he is going for the risky route and just hoping that it pays off late in the game. Meanwhile, XLG is invading Super XXX, and yeah, Super XXX wins that convincingly on the back of those warriors, plus a backline backup.
Yes, and we're seeing a lot of different synergies right here. And we see Goblin synergy coming from CDYI, Beast, Assassin Marine from along Fettered, both for WRTA and Dremel. And there's a Beast synergy, that's Super XX and with Warrior, so it's still not just formed because we're not seeing a lot of the pieces getting into level 2. And Dragon Agert synergy from TM Gold, XZG with Divinity. Oh, so I think XZG is also going for that for that damage mitigation strategy, as well as Pain. Yep.
And the interesting about the synergy board is that Hunter currently is not represented as much, and it might change a couple of minds of the other players regarding what they are building. Yeah. And and remember, Hunters, when not contested, they are very powerful, very stable build. Will get you to the top of those ranks if you manage to get them properly. And we're seeing one of them here right now with oh yeah, we're transferring to XLG, who is probably building more of the same goodness. That is the Water Spirit and Divinity. But
yeah,
him showing these units is already giving a clear signal to the other players regarding what he is building. But the great news about it is that there is no point denying for the other players to deny the components of this build, since they're probably busy with their own builds as well. And it is quite weak early in the game, so just surviving the early stages of the game for XZG is already a win in itself.
That's right. And we are now looking into the synergy of Dremel. Dremel going now towards the level 2 Whispers here. Warpwood Sage still a bit weak with this level 1 form. He just needs one piece for these druid pieces just to get into level 2 or 2-star. And I think the carry here is still a dwarf sniper, and he's just he's thinking if he should put down a beast piece just to get extra damage from that synergy.
That's right, and that's one of the options that he could take, but for now, we will just have to forego it in favor of these hunters. But that's a very painful wipe coming from the back of that Kamehameha from the Tortola Elder, just wiping the back line like that. And yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate loss. Meanwhile, for A-Long, it's a Marine, Beast, and Assassin synergy going on for him. And it's again that super friendly Abyssal carry, or rather Abyssal Crawler carry that's started to get built. We also see some assassins on the bench, so he might be going for the full 6 assassin and try to take everyone by surprise. But we'll see how it fares against his next opponent, which is XG. Oh, not XG, sorry, but Pain rather.
That's right, and we just saw the assassin synergy getting put to work with an early critical hit right there against Pain. And look at that carry, Meekopi, the Abyssal Crawler, dealing 1,751 damage in that encounter. And what do you think, Meekopi? Can he go from assassin into insectoid with this kind of synergy?
I am not so sure because
magic conch shell.
yeah, he doesn't have the other insectoid pieces as well, but from the looks of it, he is keeping the Spider Queen, so that's probably a sign that he is going for it. He's probably just keeping all of these pieces because they are, he needs a good front line for all of these assassins, and they are seemingly effective. I mean, look at him fighting against WRTA and going toe to toe with him. That Abyssal Crawler in the backline relatively unharmed, but that will change soon as well. The dodge by the Fallen Witcher carry. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, and the Fallen Witcher really is the carry of that match, Meekopi, because look at that. There's a teleport dagger and hammer, and also increased health. That's why he was surviving, Meekopi. Plus 250 health, if I'm correct, right?
That is right. And the interesting thing about it is that he is not combining these items into a Python one, which will grant immunity to abilities for the Fallen Witcher. And not sure why he's not doing that. Maybe he's waiting for a second item. Maybe he wants a Mjolnir somewhere down the line, or rather a Maelstrom instead. But we'll see his plans for these 2 items. But for now, the Fallen Witcher is still dangerous by itself. Look at it, just teleporting around, shooting stuff, and then just simply carrying his arm to victory.
That's right. And I was just looking at it, giving its range attack. I think it's the only one it's the one that's always finishing it. And looking back down to our synergy board, we're seeing Goblin Mech synergy still for CDYI and Meekopi. Are you seeing anything that's missing in this synergy board? Something's not right. Yep, I'm not seeing that bow and arrow as much as I used to in the previous group.
I mean, looking at it, all I'm thinking right now is where are the popular builds, Excelsor? Where did those hunters go? Everyone seems to be just still pulling things from their bag of tricks and going for the more unorthodox build.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're all going into their trick bag of tricks, Meekopi, as you have said, and that leaves the meta builds open, right? The hunter is uncontested.
Sorry for hurting
you. If that one player can build hunters through and through, then maybe there's going to be a huge advantage with the early level 3 or early 3-star chess pieces.
I'll never get a bigger bounty than Kid with a
That is
straw
true.
hat.
There is something to be said about a game wherein the Divinity build is more contested than the Hunter build. And this is probably a result of these pool of players like thinking on the next level. Like they're probably expecting the others to go for the more standard builds. That's why they're building these a bit more fringe builds. But it turns out that every one of them is on the same state of mind, and this is what happened. So it paints a very interesting question to the whole group, wherein who will adjust and who will try to take advantage of going for this more standard synergy.
That's right, and but Meekopi, there's nothing novelty about what CDYI is doing because he's going for a kind of a classic Goblin Mech synergy, and it's not serving him well in that last match with WRTA's powered up fallen Witcher. Even though CDYI already has a level 3 Heaven Bomber, there's not enough. That's not enough damage, Meekopi.
That is true, and I can probably attribute it to that Heavenly Bomber that not being positioned too well. If it doesn't have mana generating items, if it doesn't have, you have to place it somewhere near the front and let it get hit a bit. I mean, it's level 3. It's a bit tough. And maybe the problem is it's not generating mana too quickly, so it can't fire its missiles as much as it likes to. So maybe he wants to position it somewhere up front. Anyway, meanwhile, we're here with Ramel invading WRTA, and since like WRTA is holding its ground really well, that Witcher teleporting again to the backline, transform with all of these Troyans as support. It seems like it's looking like Ramel, or rather WRTA will be taking this one over Ramel, but we shall see. 2 more units remaining. The Witcher still has a hangover at the backline and now has recovered and will take the game away for WRTA.
Don't try to get rid of me.
Yes, and Super XXX is now back on the top 8 position. Man, Meekopi, will be able to come back? But before Meekopi answers that, we are now highlighting one chess piece right here, which is Grim Touch. Meekopi, what is Grim Touch, and what are his skills or her skills?
You have picked the right word for Grim Touch, and that is highlight, Excelsor, because we have seen from a lot of games that this guy makes the wombo combos work. Grim Touch is a demon and a wizard that has the ability called Ink Splash, wherein he will launch an ink attack that hits multiple units, chaining them together, and then the next single target attack that affects one of these chained units will affect everyone else. That means if you have a Flame Wizard and you Laguna Blade one of them, everyone gets a Laguna Blade. But it only happens once. So yeah, really very useful. We have seen it earlier, right? You know that Ink Splash into level 3 headshot. Yes, it's the stuff of those highlight clips that are going around, and yeah, that's the Grim Touch for you.
That's right, and while we were talking, that's already a 6 out of 6 Goblin synergy from CDYI with that Wizard synergy, Meekopi, and also 9 out of 9 for Super XXX, and with his own with 1 health remaining. Meekopi, this is the meta that we're talking about, and it's kind of risky.
That's too bad.
What do you think? What do you think what's going on through Super XXX mind right now?
That is right. I mean, this is his last stand, and what I'm most afraid of for Super XXX is that his warriors at this stage in the game might be a bit underpowered. Sure, he got them to level 9, but yeah, you have to ask important questions like, does his carry have the appropriate items? Is his other warriors, can they hold the front line enough for him? So, and from what it seems, he had a couple of upgrades, so that might be, that's a good sign. But we shall see in this next match, which could potentially be his last, if he's matched against someone that's a bit more powerful, and yeah, that's looking to be WRTA, the best, the strongest player currently in this game against the player who's hanging on for dear life. We shall see who will prevail. And
Oh
I mean,
man.
oh no, this is looking bad
no.
for Super XXX.
Really bad.
Look at that. Fallen Witcher just throw one fireball after another, and with that, he
man.
will eliminate Super XXX.
Wow, it's from Super XXX from top 3 in the previous match. Now he's down to top 8. And that
All I need is my bow
getting
and arrows
unlucky
and a target.
being matched up with the top player of this match as of the moment, the WRTA. Wow. Look at that powered up Fallen Witcher Meekopi. Of course, the teleport dagger is going to be helping him. And his other chess pieces are going to be resting a bit with their evasion from the 6 out of 9 feathered synergy.
That is right. And the great thing about that WRTA's Witcher is that it's very much supported by great items. It has a Python 1, meaning that when it uses the teleport dagger to go at the back, he can activate the Python 1 and be immune to abilities and other forms of crowd control. Not only that, it also has the Ice Plate Mail, meaning that even if it gets attacked by the backline, it doesn't die immediately because it has evasion, it has additional armor, and it also slows down all of the attackers. So yeah, that's what's contributing a lot to WRTA's 11 win streak at the moment.
That's right, and we are seeing a lot of other players going into the match, and 3 of them are actually in danger. Dremel, Pained, and TM Gold. Pained was the top player in the previous match, right, Meekopi? And I want to see what these guys are building with their synergies and what's happening with their benches as well, because they are far away from the top position, Meekopi.
That's true, and now we are seeing, wow, that's another good combo right there, but X.G now invade WRTA, but WRTA seems to be holding its ground until this Fallen Witcher dies. We can't really tell what's going to happen in this match. However, he does have all the tanking power that he wants, but this X.G still has the
oh no! Wow!
Spirit. Wow, it killed the Fallen Witcher, and it might kill this Warped Sage as well.
Wow!
What a carry!
Inevitable.
Oh, man, what a carry indeed! Because we saw that Water Spirit just destroy the lineup right there.
Those 2 units.
He just came back and forth with the water lash, and man, Meekopi, TM Gold is in danger, down with 7 health.
Oh, this is a big crowd for TM Gold. Meanwhile, CDYI gets or X.G gets attacked by CDYI, and we see more of that water elemental action going around, or rather water spirit action going around. You see them splashing here and there. They're taking us to Splash Island, and look at these goblins just falling to the wayside. They hate the water, but however, this Venomancer is so tough.
Yep.
Water doesn't affect him as much, and he will take the game for CDYI.
Yes, that water attack is not super effective against this Venomancer, and because he just takes it out easily on a 1v1 match. Meekopi, let's look at another match between, I think this is Dremel against WRTA, and look at all those level 3 trains. Wait, is that? Yeah. Is this gold?
Yeah, I think it's gold.
Yeah, versus WRTA. And look at all those level 3. Oh, it's a draw! Wow!
It's a draw. I mean, it looks like they're fighting, but I guess they're just high-fiving each other. It's just a formality.
Hey,
those units are just,
high-fiving.
hey. Yeah, let's just stall until we get to a draw. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. And let's look at the highlight of one of the carries of a Goblin mech build. That's a Venomancer right there. That's a Goblin Kira and a Warlock synergy. It has an ability called Chemical Rage, where it generates an acid mist for 15 seconds that reduces the enemy armor by 10, and if affected by the mist, enters Chemical Juice Rage that reduces base attack time to 0.4 and restores HP 10 by 10 every second for 60 seconds. So 1, armor reduction. 2, attack speed. 3, HP reduction. So That's actually the three important parts to make your carry stronger, and the Venomancer has it all except for
Time for a
increase
miracle.
in damage, right, Meekopi?
Tanks full, ready for takeoff.
So we are looking right now at the synergy board, Meekopi, that we are seeing WRTA still going for that feathered build with 2 druid pieces down up to level 3 goblin Hero Goblin mech synergy from CDYI, and let's look if it still prevails in this matchup with a level 3 Abyssal Crawler from Along. Look at that, Meekopi, your Abyssal Crawler carry.
Wow, there it goes, and yeah, it's just wonderful to see, but it's getting ganged up. It's not really enough damage to break through all of that wall defense of mechs, and well, it's just not enough, and it gets ganged up upon.
That's right, and it's not going to be enough because of all the armor that the Goblin synergy has gotten from
Stay away from me.
CDYI. And now we're looking at WRTA with a 6 out of 9 6 out of 9 feathered synergy. Also, let's look at our item. Wow, that Fallen Witcher is super buffed up with all the items in the world, and of course, teleport dagger into the back line.
And look at that Fallen Witcher go. It's already at level 3, dealing so much damage to that backline once it transforms. And actually, all of these other units are seemingly just helping it out. But the truth of the reality of it is, it's carrying the whole team for WRTA, and he's eliminated Pain just like that.
I am the
Yep,
Eggman.
that's right. We are seeing around 3 more players are out of the game. That's going to be TM Gold, Pained, Dremel. So I mean, Meekopi. Already, we are seeing already the top 4 of this match on the lineup. So top 5 Dremel, top 6 Pained, TM Gold, top 7 Super XXX, top 8, and as requested, I think CDYI heard us. It's a Goblin Mech synergy. So, we're seeing right now the match between CDYI and WRTA is going to be a feathered versus Goblin Mech. I think it's going to be the game of a Goblin Mech synergy because all that armor and all that regen is not going to be enough. Not going to be destroyed by WRTA's Fallen Witcher. So, Meekopi, we're seeing here that, oh, is that a, wow, look at that Venomancer. That's a really good carry to be having. Okay, so we're seeing a powered up Venomancer, and as we have said a while ago, there hasn't been, there is not a an attack buff on the Venomancer on its base, but you can actually just power it up with all the items that you can muster with your in your inventory. And CDYI is going against Along. Along's, I think this is an assassin synergy with a Abyssal Crawler carry, and I think it's going to be enough. But it gets taken out by a Heaven Bomber. Thorn Predator is going to be ganged up by all of these goblins and mechs, and CDYI is now on a win streak with 8 wins. So we're looking at this these players right now. Let's look at the synergy board of our players right now to see And CDYI going with the Goblin Mech synergy. WRTA going with the Feathered Demon Witcher and Druid synergy. Oh, XSG still going with that Divinity Water Spirit synergy right there. All along, that's why we have been seeing a lot of Insectoids and Assassins on the board after some of the minions died, because he is using an Insectoid Assassin build. So these players are going to rest a bit and see if it works. There you go. And we're now seeing CDYI still getting the 8 win pick. And
Don't touch that
oh
button.
my gosh! What the hell?
I warned you.
This
Don't
is the
touch that
God
button.
pick.
Enemy sighted.
God pick
Permission
for
to engage.
CDYI. Oh
Look
man!
at those level 3,
What?
level 3 legendary units rather.
Man, did you see that, Meekopi?
Yeah,
He just picked off three Devastators in 2 turns. So
and that is the
oh my
power
gosh.
of 6 max. And look at him just
man.
devastating this opposing his opponent right there. With so much room. Look at that bomb. It is just it's just beautiful. But look at this water spirit. This water spirit as well. It is fighting back with all that it can, trying to stall the game trying to stall the game, but it's not dealing enough damage. Wow! It actually managed to take down the level 3 Reaper. It's still doing a lot of work. It might take down this level 3 Devastator, but maybe that's a bit of that's maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, that's a stretch, right? Because it might be dodging all that damage, but man, when the Devastator brings out the bomb after the Water Lash, the Water Spirit is still vulnerable to that magic attack. So, Meekopi, can you explain us what the Devastator does?
The Devastator does one thing, and it does it super well, and that is deal a lot of damage via the delayed action bomb, which plus an explosive that doesn't, as you can see, it doesn't explode immediately, but when it does, look at the chunk of damage that it takes out even against those level 3 units. And in fact, Excelsor, we are seeing a very nice treat right now. It's not every day that we can see a level 3 Devastator done in a high-level game such as this, and it is carrying CDY so much.
The sell button is up.
Yes, that's right, Meekopi. And fairy tales do come true. It can happen to CDYI when you make a wish to have a Goblin synergy, and it happens right now. And with Flare, because we see that we have a level 3 Devastator. And actually, Meekopi, I have never had in my own collection a level 3 Devastator. Only up to level 2. Also level 2 Helicopter. Not even a level level 3 Helicopter. So this is actually a treat for me to see that the bomb changes also, right? As you can see right
That
here.
is true. That is true. I also share the same sentiment. I don't have a level 3 Devastator in my collection, and this is my first time seeing one up close, and just look at the size of that bomb that it drops. It really spells out damage, and as hard as this Water Spirit tries, it will probably fall down sooner or later. But again, taking down that Reaper, it is not going down without a fight, and it's trying its hardest to win against these two. But against that Devastator, wow, it probably would, but the Devastator is still launching one last bomb to take care of that Water Spirit once and for all. It is not amused by its tricks.
Yes, it just keeps on teleporting and water lashing, but it's not going to be enough.
No good.
And now we
No
see a
evil.
level 2 or 2-star
Only
Dark Spirit. My gosh, this guy's getting it all. And he's getting all, he has a solid carry with the Venomancer. He has a solid damage output coming from the Ultimax and armor as well. So we might see Meekopi one more level or 2 more level 2. We might see a 3-star Venomancer.
Yeah, that might be a possibility as well. But look at this, somehow all of these powerful goblins and their AoE are getting overwhelmed by a bunch of insects, and it's biting them out of the tournament slowly but surely. It seems like all of that
There you go.
AoE is not enough to bring down an insect synergy, as we've seen earlier during the opening stages of that fight. The delayed action bomb goes off, killing all of the front lines, but what spawned are level 3 insectoids to replace them.
That's right, and those level 3 insectoids are really what's enough, because you can see the CDYI going to CDY is going to take out the initial minions, and that's what the insectoid synergy wants to happen, because you will get the insectoid will just revive, like what do you call this? It's like necromancy, right? The copy.
That's
What the
true.
insectoids are
It never
doing.
ends.
Right.
Hey, you kill insectoid, another one pops up, and then another one, and another one, until it becomes too overwhelming for the player. And not only that, while all of it is happening, you have the abyssal crawler to deal with, and this is not just your typical abyssal crawler. This is an abyssal crawler that's packed to the brim with all of the armor and all of the damage that an abyssal crawler can dream of. So we'll see firsthand again how the insectoid works. Look at the front row and what happens to them. Look at the insectoids that will pop out once those level 1 abyssal crawlers die.
That's right, and we are seeing here. Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Let's see if they summon up. There you go. Insectoids. Let's see.
So a lot of insectoids everywhere, but the level 3 Fallen Witch are doing its best. Tried to carry the game,
Oh,
however,
man.
it fell to that abyssal crawler, which caught up to it, unfortunately. And that abyssal crawler is now going through all of these Treants, going through the warp root stage. Even trying to wipe it out. Look at that attack speed; it's getting so fast. But it got shut down for just a few seconds until it resumes its attacking patterns again. And a crit to end that fight.
Yes, in this round, nobody gets taken out of the match. Although some players are just going too close for comfort, because you see A-Long already out of economy, already within 1 loss range. XSG may be comfortably sitting with 2 losses against their match, so we might be seeing level around 40 game with among 3 players. Meekopi.
That is true. It's very much possible. One of the things that will decide it will be this CDYI versus WRTA. This match we'll see who is the stronger of these top 2 players now, and it seems like, wow, CDYI almost eliminating WRTA. That was super close, leaving him at 1 health. However, A-Long, not as fortunate, has lost to XSG during that scuffle. And yeah, it seems like your prediction will come to pass, Excelsor. I think the game will be ending by around 40.
That's right, and
Or
we're
41
seeing
or less.
probably 41, probably.
Yeah, that's a safe
But that
bet.
depends. Maybe if both of the players get to face CDYI, then probably round 39.
That are you betting on like CDYI doing the double kill again, like
Yeah,
like in the previous group?
yeah, that's right. It might happen, but it depends. So, but then again, we see XSG go against WRTA. So CDYI is just fighting a copy. There you go. WRTA is out.
And now we are down to our 2 players, CDYI and XSG. Will it be the now level 3? This is just a fun matchup to watch. Look at that
Look at that
water
dance.
spirit go.
The dancing, man.
They're dancing,
There you
but,
go.
but yeah, that Venomancer eventually at the end of the day, he caught that water spirit, and this sets a warning for XSG. What are the adjustments that he can make at level 9 at 24 gold and 16 health against CDYI's full party
there you go.
with a level 3 Dark Spirit.
What? Man, is this going to be enough, Meekopi? Are those level 3 legendaries going to be enough, or is it too much?
I am not so sure, but what I can tell is CDYI is a player who keeps on giving us all of these treats. That Dark Spirit. I want to see a level 3 black hole go on. We've already seen a level 3 delayed action bomb. Here it goes. Anytime now. Black hole. For the match
There you
ends.
go.
There it is. Look at all of that life getting drained. Just from standing on that black hole. However, the water spirit is still alive and it's down again to these 2 units. Will the Venomancer catch up to the water spirit, or will the water spirit be able to kill the Venomancer?
Wow.
And it did.
Always
And
maintain
Excelsor,
our
apparently
Yeah.
it's not enough.
No, it's not enough. I think what CDYI needs to do is just to find the spirit synergy to see if it works, because he needs to stop that that water spirit, or he needs to find another, how do you say this, another way to disable, because that's the only unit that's getting left in the match, and we're now up to round 40 against a Glacier clan.
That is true, and this can be a game changer for both players because they will have access to another high-level item, which might be the one that they need for their respective build. In fact, I think XZG here is looking for a flicker staff for his water spirit, and if he manages to get it, apparently he didn't. That will probably lock the game for him. Simply because CDYI might not be able to stop the water spirit. But for now, he is more than just content loading it with all of the items that it has and making some last minute adjustments for his build. He's bunkering up on the side and then just waiting for CDYI's onslaught. And this might be one of the last few rounds in the match. We'll see how he holds up against CDYI. And here are the opening stages of the battle. There we go.
Yes, there we go.
Ravaging Tentacle.
We have here.
Just in time.
Oh man. Okay, I think it's time. It's time. It's time for the water spirit to get ganged up by the army of CDYI.
But look at this water spirit. It is
yeah,
carrying so hard. It still has a lot of HP left. It's doing a lot of lifesteal, but its damage is too much, and CDYI will take it over XDeathG with that Goblin Synergy Excelsor. We finally had our wish for tonight. What can you say about this?
yeah, and we had our wish of getting a Goblin synergy being perfected with a lot of 3-star minions coming from CDYI. As a treat to see. I saw a 3-star Devastator, I saw a 3-star Dark Spirit, and my day is now complete seeing CDYI play that Goblin Mech Synergy. How about you, Meekopi? What can you say about that last match?
There are so many things that I have seen, and I think most of it, I don't know, I just feel so complete just watching all of it as an Autochess player. I get to see a level 3, as you said, level 3 Dark Spirit, level 3 Devastator, and I also get to see a Water Elemental, or rather a Water Spirit that's going toe-to-toe with the full equipped Venomancer, and they're just dancing around. It is just so good. That build is just so good. And yeah, it's a testament to how great these players are when it comes to planning, when it comes to executing their strategies, and I'm more excited now that we are approaching game number 3.
That's right. And Meekopi, those synergies that we were seeing in the previous group are not here. They're nowhere to be found, and I'm wondering what happened. But I think that they just continued. They just handed off the synergies. It's just one continuous flow of evolution of synergies, because we saw that Divinity synergy being continued into this group with the Water Spirit, and that Water Spirit just bouncing off on the battlefield really quite nicely. So it was a really good match for our players, and we got to round 40. Meekopi, how did that happen?
Well, it's a matter of most of the players being evenly matched against each other, so there's really no clear winner until the later stages of the game. And yeah, that's mostly it. It's just unfortunate that I guess some of the players weren't able to adjust and get some of the more stable strategies as much as they want to. I guess everyone got swept up in the flow of all of these unorthodox strategies going on around, and it's just very fun to watch. But yeah, going into game 3, that'll probably be the theme of that game, wherein players will now try to settle down and look for strategies that will get them into a nice placing for in the upper half of the top 4 for this group.
That's right. And going down with the summary of our players, we see CDYI at the top 1, Xdechi top 2, WRTA top 3, A-Long top 4, Dremel top 5, Pained top 6, TM Gold top 7, and Super XXX top 8. Meekopi, I've seen some of our top players go down to the bottom 4 right now. So it's anybody's game if somebody's counting, or probably it's still anybody's game right now to get to the top 4 spot. But let's look at the synergies that have happened over that game 2. Meekopi?
Okay, so wow, I didn't know this from CDYI, but he manages to get full Marine and just subtracted some of that Goblin and Mech synergies for the last few stages of the match. Meanwhile, for Exodus G, which by the way is a great adjustment considering that a lot of Exodus G's water spirit damage is magical. So that full Marine synergy was able to negate a lot of that damage, which enabled a lot of his units to survive. Meanwhile, for WRTA, yeah, he made the Hunter, and he made it far, which is a testament still to the power of the Hunters. Along, of course, with that very nice Insectoid build, which got him far as well. And then we have Dremel, again, another feathered Hunter build. From the looks of it, it seems like the feathered Hunter is the more stable pick against like going full Hunter. But I guess that depends if whether or not a lot of the other players are also using Hunter units as well. Meanwhile, for Pain, yes, he went Divinity. He's the other player who did so, but unfortunately he got the short end of the stick with XG, of course, making it the top 2. And of course we have TM Gold with the Dragon Mage. Unfortunately it didn't work out too well. And of course Super XXX tried to go 9 Warrior, but apparently didn't get the power spike that he needed for Warrior to start dominating over his other opponents.
Yes, what I'm seeing right now, Meekopi, in terms of synergies of game 2, is that the unsung hero synergy of this game are Warlock and Wizard. Because you've seen with the Wizard synergy, there is going to be a decrease in the requirement to complete a full synergy, and as well, there's also the Warlock synergy that gives you lifesteal. So it just goes to show that the lifesteal is important as well if you're going to go in with your damage so that you can survive more within the round, right, Meekopi? It's not enough to just have enough damage, right?
That is true. That lifesteal ensures survivability of a lot of those units. And if you also stay into the fact that they have armor or HP regen, it just simply adds up. I mean, the more alive your unit, or rather, the longer your unit survives, the more damage that it deals, and that plays a part, I guess, in CDY's victory. So yeah, it is. I completely agree when you say that Wizard is like the silent hero of this group so far.
Yeah, and that's because we saw the complete Divinity synergy just because of the Wizard, and what's surprising is that you see the hero of XG, or the carry of XG, is a spirit / assassin, and you don't see it on his synergy list, right, Meekopi? That's really funny because your carry, it's a spirit / assassin, and it's not there. And
yeah, his choice of items for it, by the way, is very interesting. In fact, there are 2 what they call this. It has a lot of evasion, by the way, and meanwhile, looking at CDYI side, the Devastator, I was thinking that it was a bit too tough, and this is the reason why. It has the armor that does the frosting, the ice armor. So not only does it deal a lot of damage with a delayed action bomb, At the start of the fight, it also deals 300 of magical damage to everything else, and that just
Yeah.
goes. And when you combine it with all the damage that's going around as a
Yeah.
goblin mech build, and of course that Dark Spirit level 3 black hole, it just simply adds up and it gets too overwhelming for most of the other units for his opponent. So at the end, only their carry survives, and that carry tries to carry so hard, but it wasn't
Yeah.
meant to be. Still, it's a nice attempt for the Water Spirit, and it's really a treat to watch.
Yes, it's. I mean, the pieces of CDYI were not able to target the water spirit. Really, they were having a hard time because I just saw that like
It's just jumping
he's
around.
here and then he's there and there's the water lash and also there's a teleport dagger. I think. I mean that's really a good execution of a Sergi gone like it's like a Frankenstein synergy. It just came out of nowhere, man. And it's like the whole hero of that Sergi is not even represented in the Sergi list. And it's really, really fun to see. But you might see more of that action in Game 3, Meekopi, because we're going to go on a short break. And if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals with Excelsor PH and Meekopi casting it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
Why such a sad thing? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out in the pizza, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao,
Welcome back to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH, with me is Meekopi, and we are going to be casting the Game 3 of Group C. So Meekopi, who do you think is going to, which synergy do you think is going to be the star of Game 3?
Okay, I'm gonna go with a more popular synergy, like something like 6 Beast, with the Fallen Witcher carry. And how about you, Excelsor? We've seen unorthodox builds like being thrown around. So what do you think is gonna happen this game?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Meekopi. I was going to say 6 Beast Fallen Witcher synergy because I haven't seen it executed quite well over the last few games that we have casted. So maybe it's time to see it pop up. But I think our players are getting more enlightened with the Insectoid synergy. So there might be another Insectoid synergy right here. So let's see. Let's see if that's going to work, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and in addition to that, you have to be scared as well of the players who are starting out with Priest, because once you get the Goddess of Light, it's just a matter of building the God of War, and then suddenly they transform into that into this Divinity synergy that we have seen dominate those two earlier games. So that adds another layer again to the thinking that all of these players are doing. And again, they have to be aware that all of the other players haven't necessarily been gravitating towards the standard builds that are considered the best or the most stable for the competition. So they might also think that, okay, maybe this is the round that the others are gonna go for something stable, so I might as well play something different. And then the layer of plays just simply adds up.
That's right. That's right. And this is where the mind games, or where the mental agility also takes play. Because Meekopi, are you going to account the fact that some of the players are just maintaining the unorthodox synergy and getting the top positions over the 2 matches, or will you just go with what you know?
I have a feeling about this.
Go with what you know, what you're more comfortable with. So
yeah,
I'm really confused.
I guess for the most part, yeah, when going to competitions, it's almost always a good idea to go for whatever you have practiced and just simply bet on it. I mean, it's just extension. The tournament is just like showing off the results of all of those times that you practice different builds in auto chess. And from what I see from our players here, all of them are quite familiar and are flexible with their strategies. It's just a matter of, I guess, making the call of whether or not you want to back out of a certain synergy once it's a bit too over-selected by the others. Yeah. And sometimes that call is what makes it fatal for some of the players here, particularly in the last group.
Yeah, that's right. And we're looking at right now Meekopi, one of the higher placing players, the WRTA, going with a Warrior synergy, and XSG is again going with an open port strategy. How is that, Meekopi?
Wow, it's surprising because of all players, I am not expecting XSG to open up with such a strat, but there he is doing it this in the last round of this group. But yeah, he has proven himself to be a very good player. So I'm sure he has his own experiences when it comes to open forting. He knows the risks that it entails, and he knows when are the best ways to strike and when are the best ways to pick his units. So yeah, it's probably a good idea to watch out for him during this game.
Yeah, and that's right. And talking about watching out, you have here an Evil Knight, an Umbra, a Gersis Ranger, and a Winter Chiropter, and picking up a 4 out of 4 a Gersis synergy that gives you a lot of damage, but the backline gets taken out by the Shining Archer, man. Wow.
It turns out that Dremel's backline is a little bit better than Super XXX. However, that's a very fast 4 egg assist build for Super XXX right there. In addition to being a hunter, you can be sure that he will commit to this build and not change his mind later on down the line. However, WRTA up on top right there, or maybe not so much right now, but he has fielded he is starting to build warrior, and again, having that Witcher sign there means that sends a signal to the others that he might be grabbing a fallen Witcher somewhere in these rounds, which we will see. However, he is faced with a problem along with 3 others by the fact that they are all going warrior, and yeah, one of them or a couple of them might want to change their minds.
That's right, and we are seeing a CDYI kind of softly switching on into the a safe Goblin build, but also benching some warrior pieces as well. So he's thinking, okay, some guys are already building warriors like me, so I might as well just bench them just to see if I'm going to get them into level 2 or 2-star. Because Meekopi, correct me if I'm wrong, the danger of going to full warrior and just going with warrior pieces on the board is that you might be losing some matches because they don't have enough damage output.
Yep, that is right. And I think CDY here made some good adjustments in that he started going for Goblin Mech instead. It also helps a lot that were the pieces that were offered to him by the game, and having a level 2 Soul Breaker at this stage is really helpful. I mean, look at it go for the backlines instead, go for the weaker units. That's a 500 damage process shuriken that it's throwing, but however, that doesn't seem enough to overwhelm Dremel, who is just simply powering his way through him with all of these warriors.
Yes, and that I think those warriors are too hardy. With Dremel having a level 2 God of War, and the backline Aggressive Ranger just seems to be a filler for the hidden synergy that Dremel is banking on. He has a lot of feathered pieces that are on the bench right now, and his front is a warrior, so he has 2 synergies on his pocket right now, right, Meekopi?
That is right, and look at these warriors go. The difference between WRTA's warrior lineup and his warrior lineup is that he has a backline unit deal damage. However, that Ghost Kid will choo that Aggressive Ranger onto the backline and stun him, but not before it was able to do significant amounts of damage, and it will still survive and hopefully carry the game for Dremel here, and it seems to be the case. And yeah, he is winning this warrior on warrior match against WRTA.
That's right. And Dremel gets the 5-win streak in this matchup. We're seeing a good distribution of health with our players with Long and 77, along with 77, and as well as TM Gold with 77 health as well. So, Meekopi, I really want to see the synergies while we are going into the neutral neutral round. So, Meekopi, what can you say about the synergy?
Okay, one of the warrior players has given up on warrior and has shifted to something else, and I guess that's the right choice to make. Meanwhile, of course, Hunter is at a good 2 players, so they will probably be sharing pieces, but both of them will be, I think, well off with it. And it's fairly balanced because we're seeing 2 players going Goblin, and yeah, that's quite a good distribution of synergies going around here. So we might be in for a long match, assuming that all of these players' armies are, they're like evenly matched with each other, or at least capable of beating each other's armies.
That's right, and we're seeing Along going for that possible Goblin Mech synergy. We might see that. Oh, it's still going for Hunter. A-Long, look at that, Meekopi. That's just a Skybreaker, level 2 Skybreaker and a Ripper. But that still might carry them up to round 13 to 15 if they if it brings out enough damage.
That is true, and that is some good Reaper positioning right there. That Reaping Death was able to hit a lot of those warriors in front. However, they are still maybe a little bit too tough for A-Long to handle. But look at that backline though, it just dealt damage the whole time. It is great positioning on the side of A-Long, and he was able to fend off WRTA without too much trouble.
That's right, and okay, we have here a that was a very tempting because it has nice art, that God of War, man. But that's not his synergy right now. He's going for the Goblin for the mid-range, but he actually is going for a Hunter synergy right here with a Druid Feathered backing. Oh, Druid Feathered bench. So let's see. He goes against Dremel, which has a good warrior build, and let's see if it's going to be enough for A-Long to survive.
Yep, and this is... Wow, look at those warriors from Dremel just powering through, but that Paralysis Shuriken, 500 damage, straight to that Swordman, took it out. And, wow, it seems that... yeah, Dremel will be losing this one against A-Long.
Man. And let's look at the top player as of the moment. Super XXX going with that early Gersus build. Now he's dropping it off and he goes straight into...
All I need is my
That's too fast, man.
We work in the
I'm seeing
shadow.
it, and it's now from full Gersus, it just transformed miraculously into a Hunter Feathered build. Wow.
That's a pro for you. Just one flick of the wrist, and then one synergy turns to another. But the question is, will this synergy work out, considering that he is facing a lot of hunters that is most probably negating the damage, the evasion that's being granted by the feathered units. But it seems I'm being proven wrong, as the units are getting targeted one after another. Who will win this fight against this Shining Archer fight? And apparently it's Pain who did win against it, which is quite unfortunate for our feathered hunter right here.
My arrow always arrives on time.
So we're seeing that feathered hunter build getting its birthing pains, because as we can see, it right out of the get-go, as it has been formed, it was not effective in its first round. But we are seeing right now Pain with his own recipe of Feathered Hunter and a Gersis. I think this is the more effective build, right, Meekopi? Because you have also damage reduction as well, and not just the feathered synergy.
That is true, and we see the results of this synergy as he is fighting up against TM Gold. This positioning is really good because all he's been facing so far are just army compositions that just charge at you from the front. We don't see any disruption from anything like an assassin from the back, or them being targeted by huge AoE damage spells. But I guess that comes later. But for now, I guess Pain will be enjoying his next few rounds, as long as his backline doesn't get too much disrupted.
Yes, and as we are seeing right now, CEYI going with a level 1 Assassin Synergy with his Abyssal Crawler, Soul Breaker, and Lord of Sand. Lord of Sand only with the 1-star minion, but I think the Abyssal Crawler is going to be enough for them to deal the damage that they need.
That is true. Having that Abyssal Crawler at level 2 in around 15 is really nice. Not to mention that this starting Goblin mech build is a bit strong enough to carry you to the mid game without too much trouble. But the question lies in what you do after that. We see that he has now 2 level 2 Soul Breakers, so that's a lot of Paralysis Shuriken damage that will go on around. But then again, going beyond that, there doesn't seem to be much else to build. CDYI here has probably to commit to a goblin strategy, and he is just saving bank for it.
Yep. That's right. That's right. That's what I was thinking about too, Meekopi, because I was thinking, well, he doesn't have any bench right now. I think he's just going up to 50 gold, and just he's just going to reap the investments that's going to be coming from that economy.
That's true, and his investments are gonna get run over by WRTA with all of these warriors just simply barging in and taking names. But still, it's just we're just going through the game stages of the game, and there's still a lot of adjustments that can be done, especially with that Goblin Synergy build. However, the question is whether he will be able to make it in time, because look at this, the other guys are already having seemingly more powerful armies at the moment.
That's right, and somebody's hoarding eggs right now, and it's X Death G with those 2 golden eggs dancing on the bottom left of your screen, and he's going against Super XXX. Oh man, it's going to be a quick round with the Feathered Hunter synergy from Super XXX.
And that is the power of hunters in this game in general. I mean, as long as it's not overly contested, it can perform well at all stages of the game. Of course, you have to consider positioning as well. But other than that, yeah, it's a really good pick if no one or very few people or players are going for it.
That's right, and we now see Super XXX, I think ICDYI forming a level 2 Ripper, as the marquee says. Also XXG going with a 2-star Grim Touch. But look at that Abyssal Guard. I think that's the carry of TM Gold.
That's right, and an unexpected carry as well. Look at the damage that it deals, especially when the unit gets ripped off by corrosion. It is just dealing so much splash along with that swordman. And yeah, wow, very convincing win right there.
And that's a 7 out of 9 Warrior Synergy, not enough for a 9 out of 9. You can see Pained going with that with that 6 out of 9 Feathered Synergy, and a 3 out of 6 Hunter Synergy. He's just waiting for, it's like, what do you call this? It's a Razor Claw waiting room. So if he gets a Razor Claw, he gets the Warpwood Sage up to 3-star, right, Meekopi?
Yeah, that's right. But for the meantime, those 2-star Warpwood Sages will provide a lot of tanking power as this backline deals with Romel's frontline. Again, Romel doesn't have a good way of dealing with those backlines, and it's hurting him so much in this fight because Pain here will be able to fend off his assault relatively easily.
After the battle, let's go.
And we see here a very how do you say this, Meekopi? Very early
wish granted.
Yeah, look at that. That's a level 3. Very early, not too early Warpwood Sage, level 3 Warpwood Sage. But we can see the distribution of health, Meekopi. There are 2 players who are on the higher. Within round less than round 30, we might see that happen. And we are seeing
nothing else satisfies.
Also win streaks coming from Super XXX and Pained.
Wow, Super XXX really stepping up again this game. Not only does he have the win streak, he also has the economy as well, and he has the healthy life total, which puts him really ahead against the other players.
All I need is my bow, an arrow, and a target. My arrow always arrives on time.
And Meekopi, we are now looking at also Pained getting his own Fallen Witcher. I think he's just blocking someone off. But let's see. Yeah, that's really important, right? Meekopi, if you block that, some players who are using Fallen Witchers.
That's true. It's a thing. I mean, you're effectively denying them of the opportunity to upgrade their own Fallen Witchers. In the long run, it might it might affect them in some way wherein they lose the rounds that they're supposed to win simply by having a better Fallen Witcher. And the great thing about this is what happens is that you might end up denying them so much that you build your own Fallen Witcher as well. And I think
Yeah.
Pain is looking to build that somewhere down the line when he gets to the next level as his ninth unit.
Shoot to kill.
That's right, and we are seeing. I think Super XXX is the one that's being blocked off right now because we can see there's a Fallen Witcher right there, a level 2, a 2-star Fallen Witcher, waiting for another 2-star Fallen Witcher. But look at the synergies, Meekopi. Did you see anything notable right there?
Yeah, I mean, our top 2 players are both Fielding Hunter synergy and Feathered synergy. And this seems to be the build to go to when there are exactly just 2 of you going for that kind of build. I mean, it's very stable, that's a good matchup in most stages of the game against the other compositions. And late in the game, look at it, it's just overwhelming. And just like that, Along is now out for round 3.
Yes, and Along will get 0 points, being at top 8. And now we see WRTA just removing or just using all his economy, but we might see his the tides being turned because he's now at the 9 out of 9 warrior synergy with all these warriors. But the problem is most of these warriors are just 1 star.
That is right. At least half of them are 1 star lower than the rest of the team. However, that Swordman at the back, really good Blade Fury there, hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units before dying and succumbing. But that Ghost Ship stunning the back line again. This Warpwood Sage though is doing a lot of work trying to tank, but the Warriors have broken through. And I guess we don't have to fear anything too much about these 9 Warriors being underpowered, because you see them going against what's supposed to be a tough matchup straight up and just winning against it. So yeah, Excelsor, he seems to be in good shape.
Yes, and we see the highlight right now of one of the players called a Berserker, again with the Battle Fervor. With each continuous blow to the same target, gaining a bonus of 15% attack speed up to 6 stacks. And after this, changing targets, the stacks drop to 0. This is usual. This piece was popular with the Knight Glacier synergy before, right, Meekopi? But now it falls into the Warrior synergy.
That is right. It's a great carry for Warriors if you happen to make a range item by accident. But other than that, it's really effective. It's really cheap to to build up. Simply because you only have to put an infused mask on it. But as we were saying that, look at all of these insectoids going around for CDYI. They are now 3-star, and that Abyssal Crawler, that's a very fast 3-star Abyssal Crawler by CDYI right there.
That's right, and he now builds into the Insectoid synergy, if I'm correct, Meekopi. We can see here a bunch of 3 stars, and the only 3-star that was there was the Abyssal Crawler.
That's right. And, look at all of these friends. They're doing high fives again with each other. And yeah, that's just formality. It's actually a draw. And we're back again here. Meanwhile, we are looking at CDYI, who is now fielding a Spider Queen, and this is one of the new units, right, Excelsor, from the new patch?
That's right. And we saw Spider Queen. I think in the commercial that we had, it used the weave web, which is weave a web that lasts 4 seconds. And the enemies on the web cannot move, and 40% of their base attacks can be evaded if the enemy dies during the effect. A small spider will be summoned. So, one, it has a disabling effect. Also, it has the evasion effect, right?
The
And
enemy
also,
is
That's
no
right.
more
it has
than
a summon effect.
mirage.
So that's a good skill to have
Listening,
for
you can
your
hear the
Spider
sea.
Queen.
That's true. Not to mention that it is also a bit tanky. Not necessarily. You might not want to put it on the front lines I mean, directly up front, but should the need be, it can take quite a bit of damage. So and buy time for some of your other hunters to deal lots more damage. As you can see here, however, it is in the back line, probably to catch any jumpers available. But we will now see it in action. And the missile crawler is directly jumping into the back line, doing a lot of damage. That Shadow Edge really paying off in space for it. And all
Oh
of these
my
other
gosh.
insects just keep popping up.
Insectoid.
Look at that Excelsor.
Yeah. Insectoid synergy, man. It's working. It's working like a charm, man. Let's see if they try to remove that Warpwood Sage and that pesky water crit. Is the damage going to be enough?
Oh no, suddenly the
man.
Warpwood Sage is turning it around. Look at its attack speed.
Oh no.
It's like moving in slow motion. However, that Leech Seed ability is taking out a lot of units, doing a lot of damage rather, and healing the Warpwood Sage for a lot. But who are we kidding? This is just a formality. They're just saying hi to each other. And this round will end in a draw for both players.
And while we were watching the Warpwood Sage giving high fives to the wards right there, we saw WRTA get removed from the game, getting the top 7 spot, and now let's look at TM Gold. Meekopi, what is he building now?
TM Gold currently, I think, has the better warrior lineup. Not only is he now at level 10 compared to the others who are still at level 9 or level 8, he also has a form of magic resistance in the form of that marine synergy going on right there. So his units are very tough, and they're able to take a lot of beating. However, Pain here seems to be dishing out a lot of damage as well, but his front line is slowly breaking down, his back line is getting assaulted as well. That Warp Sniper is the only thing dealing damage. Is gone now, and the trees are gone, and this assassin at the back that is scratching everyone else is also gone. So yeah, it seems like Gold here is in a good position as well with his build.
Yes, and we are seeing the Doom Arbiter carry all the damage items. He's going to be the carry right here. Wow. Wow, Meekopi, look at
that. Look at that Excelsor. He has the Shadow Edge and the Mjolnir as well. It's like, it's a splash damage fiesta with every punch that the Doom Arbiter does. I want to see it here in this next round too. Let's keep an eye on it. Wow, look at that punch. Oh, more insectoids pop up, no problem. We'll just wipe them out with these punches. So now he's going for the Abyssal Crawler. Wow, he killed it in one punch as well. He's the one punch arbiter right there. And again, he's also clearing up the Thorn Predator as well. And that last, what do you call this? Poison Guard.
Yeah, that's right. And we are seeing the Doom Arbiter taking the helm of a Tusk champion, dealing one punch to that Abyssal Crawler that's supposed to be the carry of CDYI, but no, it's not. It's not going to be enough. That shell is going to be broken.
That's true, and my theory is maybe he got that from standing too long beside the Tusk champion. He learned a few tricks from it, and it allowed him to carry the game. But okay, let's transfer now to Pain, who is sitting comfortably at 43 health with a very tanky, what do you call this? Warpwood Sage again. But this time, a bit of his backline as well is getting dealt damage throughout this process because of that Water Spirit that's just jumping to and fro. And I can't really follow it with my eyes now. It's now in the back line, and it's now going back to the front line as well. And wow, carrying the game so hard, and this lifesteal, enabling it to survive a lot better than, lot more than it should.
Wanna try?
And while the Water Spirit is going back and forth, Meekopi, we saw Dremel getting taken out into the top 6 position. Wow. So Super XXX and TM Gold, although TM Gold is now on level 10 with a kind of solid build with this Water Synergy. We might see him survive a bit, like 5 more rounds if his enemies will not be taking out in the mouth with enough damage.
I think I'll be a bit more confident with what he's doing right now and say that he might be able to take at least top 2 in this game, but that's just my fearless forecast. We'll see if he'll be able to make that comeback.
That's right, that's right. And again, still the Doom Arbiter is the hard carry right there. Look at that armor and that those damage pieces plus a teleport dagger. Meekopi.
That's true. That's all. So once it teleports, remember that how the ice armor will deal damage in an area. So that's mostly going to the opponent's backline. And look at, again, we have to follow the Doom Arbiter here. Okay, makes the jump. Ice armor to everyone. Onto the top backline. Meanwhile, the other warriors are holding the front line just as well. And it's a matter of this Abyssal Crawler, if it can be stopped in relation to the other, along with the other. Oh, Insectoids going around. But I was saying those statements is an infestation is going on, and there are so many Insectoids that just suddenly flooded.
Man.
And wow, just like that. This is probably the first instance of commentator's curse that happened in the tournament. Just when I thought that he's about to make the comeback, oh, that was super unfortunate, and I won't be making any statements like that again. I am so sorry.
That was I told you, man, that he would be out within 5 rounds, but that was an upset for TM Gold, taking 24 damage from CDYI. Why? Because there were a lot of chess pieces revived with the Insectoid synergy. So our players now are seeing the value of the new synergy that was introduced in the latest patch, and they're reaping the benefits from it, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Look at this build right now. It's by CDYI is seemingly unstoppable. And in fact, I think this is a mirror match that's happening right now, or maybe not. But
oh no!
Yeah, look at it. It's dealing a lot of damage. Just how much damage per round? That it's actually very dangerous to be at lower than 30 health against it.
That's right. And actually, Abyssal Crawler is the poster boy or the carry for this synergy, but the actual carry is the Insectoid synergy right now, right, Meekopi? And not just one DPS.
That is true, because the Insectoids that spawn out of this aren't aren't useless. The Lord of Sand keeps stunning. The poisonous worm just keeps producing all of these poison guards, and that buys Abyssal Crawler a lot of time to build up its attack speed and just simply start wrecking house. However, he's meeting some resistance here in the form of G's Water Spirit, which seems to not die. The same can also be said with the Dwarfwood stage. Simply just waving at everyone, saying hi, getting a lot of lifesteal and tankability. And look at that Water Spirit just simply sweeping everything else. It's like washing all of these insects off the floor.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm wondering what what XDeathG's Warpwood Sage is carrying right now, because that is one tanky dude. And as we told you a while ago, that's not enough for the Abyssal Crawler to be all bedazzled with all these items, because the damage or the damage output has been reduced once it dies.
That is true, and again, we are having the rematch. There are some minor adjustments made probably by both players in relation to positioning and such, but from the looks of it, they're quite even right now. However, it seems like the Insectoid army is getting the upper hand this time around, but we won't be seeing a win until these two troublesome units have been taken care of. The Warpwood Sage once again tanking everything, every insect that comes their way, and the Water Spirit here just being so evasive and dealing so much magical damage that it doesn't matter if they were behind during the opening stages of that battle.
Yes, and Meekopi, this is again the divinity synergy that we have seen time and again ever since the third game that we casted, and it's just continuing on and on. The unsung or the unrecognized hero is the Water Spirit, just bouncing up and down the battlefield. And also, let's not forget that that Warpwood Sage is like a super tanky in this matchup, and it just does its job.
Give up.
That's true, and if I remember correctly, in the starting stages of the game, it's Exdeath G who did the open fort, right? He went for the economy play.
You can't turn back.
I think
I'm not so sure, but yeah, we saw it pay off big time for him. Now his Water Spirit is at level 3. 3-star Water Spirit with that Flicker Staff and some damage items and a lot of lifesteal going on will allow it to survive most of the encounters. And if it succeeds, then yeah, we will see it in this round how it will fare. So keep an eye out on that Water Spirit, keep an eye out on that Warpwood Stage. If it doesn't die, the initial points of damage have been dealt, but the Water Spirit is still alive.
Wow.
It's doing so much ability damage that it just regenerates its life with that life steal. And look at that Warpwood Stage just tanking all of these insects. However, it is dying, unlike in the previous round. And now it's the Water Spirit's turn to probably meet its end, and it did, overwhelmed by all of those Poison Guards plus that Abyssal Crawler on its back. Finally, Excelsor CDYI is fighting back.
That's right, and this is because Meekopi, the guards, they're if I remember correctly, they're immune to magic damage, right?
I think they're now they have reduced what they call this.
Mortal words
they have reduced magic damage.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not so sure. I think I gotta research more on that.
Yeah, but those guards really did their job. But the damage output is decreased, or it's not as much as the carrier right now, which is the Abyssal Crawler. So once an Abyssal Crawler dies, the chances of XZG winning the match gets much lower.
That is true, and we are seeing it now. The Abyssal Crawler just died, and suddenly it's these two troublesome units again that is causing a lot of pain for XZG.
There you go.
And yeah, the fatigue is now setting in, and anytime now we are gonna have a winner for this match. And again, it also comes down to the positioning of that Abyssal Crawler, whether it's gonna get caught by XZG or not.
So I want to see this from the perspective of XZG, because I want to see the Water Spirit just keep on bouncing. Plus a level 3 God of War, Meekopi. Look at that. On that, aside from having one Warpwood Sage, there you have another tank in the form of God of War. And that Water Spirit just keeps on bouncing, Meekopi.
That's true. This Water Spirit does a lot of work along with that Warpwood Sage, just simply tanking the biggest carry Abyssal Crawler that we have seen in this game. And wow, it's a very close game between these two. Next round might potentially be the last one for either of them, and it all comes down to whether or not the Water Spirit gets caught the Warpwood Sage dies to the Onslaught, and of course if the Abyssal Crawler gets caught in an unfortunate position. And look at this Water Spirit Excelsor. It has the Holy Spirit Lance and the Flicker Staff, two of the items from the latest patch, really making use out of these.
Wow, he changes his mind and just puts it on the back, Meekopi. I was wondering, why is it? Oh, look at that again. Oh, look at that, Meekopi. There's the splash damage that you were talking about, and the petrification.
Oh no, it's caught by disable. It's gonna die.
It's working. Oh no.
So the Water Spirit is now gone. And where's the Abyssal Crawler? Is it still alive? It's wow. It still survived.
Wow.
Wow.
And
so chaotic.
Gee whiz. Man. That was good. I was just confused with what's happening on that match. CDYI just getting the top 2 and XZG getting the top spot right there. I mean, Meekopi, what happened during that whole game 3 of this group stage C?
Okay, it was a roller coaster match. At the beginning of the game, we see players settle into their builds. Like, it was a healthy spread actually. And of course, some builds did better than others. But again, the late game is owned by these two overpowering builds. You have, of course, the Divinity build with the Water Spirit, with makes use of the Water Spirit to super great effect, going right there, and that makes it unstoppable in the late stages of the game. You saw the other compositions fall down into it once it gets going and powered up. The same can also be said for the Insectoid synergy here that's being filled by CDYI. So yeah, it turns out that these two builds are super powerful late in the game, and they can win over against most of the standard fare, the more steady builds that we have seen from the past players so far. And look at those items, Excelsor.
It's good for the Abyssal Crawler to have that cleave effect, but it's not enough against this guy, against a tank of XZG and the pesky Water Spirit from XZG. I mean, again, Meekopi, CDYI tried to decrease the damage with the Marine synergy coming from the Siren that he brought in, but no, it's not gonna work. So we'll see. Yeah, we're seeing here the top players for Game 3. Meekopi, can you give us a rundown of the top players?
For the last game of the night, XZG comes up on top in first place, followed by MSG CDYI, followed by Pain, and then Super XXX, and then TM Gold, Drummel, WRTA, and A Long round up the rest of the pack. And as for their synergies, we have XZG, going that Divinity Wizard using the and Warlock using that Water Spirit as its super carry. Meanwhile, CDY, of course, going for that Insectoid build, 4/4, spawning a lot of Insectoids in conjunction with the level 1 Assassin synergy and that Abyssal Crawler. Pained, of course, with a super stable Feathered Hunter build, followed by Super XXX. It shows that, Feathered Hunter, still really good build to go for. And again, TM Gold with the 9 Warriors, also Dremel with the 9 Warriors, and WRTA again with the 9 Warriors. And Elong, of course, went for that Insectoid build as well, but unfortunately wasn't able to make the most out of it.
And Meekopi, I want to congratulate these guys for making our memes into our dreams, or memes into dreams into reality, because it was this not really a common synergy that we were seeing from the rankings that we're playing, right, Meekopi? I'm usually seeing the Warriors, I'm usually seeing the Hunters, I'm usually seeing the Fallen Witcher builds, but now we're seeing Divinity / Water Spirit. Now we're seeing Insectoid getting into the mix. Now it's a game wherein this meta is now being expanded. So that means in going into the next days, we're going to see probably some of these players trying to adjust into the meta that's being built right now in this tournament, and maybe we'll see some more, some different adjustments that can probably just destroy that meta that's being built. So, Meekopi, we are also very, very um, honored to see that it's happening right now. The meta is being defined by these professional players. How about you, Meekopi? What can you say about what's happening right now with all the synergies that are happening?
I mean, you completely took the words out of my mouth. I super duper agree with everything that you said. And to add to that, this is the games right now. All of these players have showed us like everything there is to see about auto chess at the moment. On one hand, Group A showed us, the more stable, somewhat professional side, mind gamey type of auto chess, where you go for the different builds, rather for the more stable builds that you want, and try to outwit or outpick or outposition your opponents on them. And then you have these Group C right now, who delves into the more creative or more fun part of auto chess, but nonetheless still very competitive, as you've seen before. It's just like they took us on a tour, and yeah, you're right. I feel very honored to see such high level play shown today.
That's right, and in this group, we actually saw a 3-star Devastator. We actually saw a 3-star Dark Spirit, and it is all within one player, man. He just got it all. That's why he just won with that Goblin synergy. But again, we want to thank everyone for watching. We want to see the brackets, or how the players fared throughout the match. I think we're going to see a bit of breakdown of their scores right now. For Group A, we see Roy getting 27 points, and also ID1 getting 18 points. Both at top 3 and top 4, AD and Galogis getting 14 points. So they will all move towards the next round. Going down to the lower bracket, that's Sai, MSG Sai, stood by Kiryu and Loon. How about Group C? Can you give us a rundown, Meekopi?
Sure. For Group C, we are seeing a very close game with our top 3 players. We have Pain here at 17 points, CDYI also at 17 points. I hope this is the start of a great rivalry between these two. Followed closely, of course, by Xdeath G, just 1 point away from them. And of course, Along nabbing that the top 4th spot with 12 points. Now for our bottom 4, we have Super XXX at 11 points, WRTA at 10 points, and Rimmel 10 points as well. And of course, Gold rounding up the bottom 4 at 6 points.
Man, these guys are going in for a treat tomorrow, because we're going to see who will be playing in the winners bracket and who will be playing in the losers bracket. So again, guys, you have watched a whole plethora of builds coming from these professional players. And before we go, Meekopi, do you have anything to say to our viewers right now?
Once again, thank you very much, guys, for hanging out with us and watching this very important tournament in Auto Chess VNG history. We have seen some very high level plays, and I'm simply just thankful that Excelsor and I and all of us were able to witness all of them. And I'm so excited for the next 2 days, because remember, this is just day 1, and the stakes are a bit lower today, but tomorrow is where the real battles begin. And yeah, that's about for me. How about you, Excelsor? Any parting words for our audience?
Yes, and also thank you for our audience for sticking by with us in this stream, and also for watching this quality auto chess content. And of course, this is actually a tutorial of synergies of sorts, because we're seeing something being built right here, right now, in this auto chess regional finals. And we're also thankful to ESL Asia and Honest VNG for making this happen. And again, thank you for completing day 1 with us. Stay tuned for day 2 tomorrow, where we will be casting as well. This has been Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. We're going to say good night to you guys and see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Auto Chess Regional Finals. So that's it, guys. Good night and stay safe.
As I'm running through this jungle I see